welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition here of the PiGosaur Cup. PiGosaur Cup number 36, your weekly dose of PiGosaur Cup action. I'm Coach SI VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chats, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to our weekly broadcast here of the PiGosaur Cup. An exclamation mark be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and we are jumping into the round of 32. We'll be going over the bracket momentarily, but until then, we have our first series. We have our initial PvP, and spawning in the top left hand corner of Pylon, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the pink Protoss representing among SE2 people. It is Rebellion. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Peruvian Protoss player. We have the red Protoss, a player that we've casted for a we last casted many years ago. Now he is here, now he is back under a different name. No longer is he Saberlight, it is Aggressive. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our PvP. And again, our Protoss player here is a player that we casted. We started casting, I want to say, like maybe back in like 2019, 2018. It's been a long time. It's been a very long time. Shout out to Saberlight. Saberlight, of course, used to be more of an amateur player. I remember covering him and casting him back when he was Masters, back in Masters 1 Open, where we used to cast him back in the day, back when he was more of an amateur player, more of an up-and-coming player when he was Masters League. Nowadays, he has risen through the ranks to GM. He did retire, though. He did retire for a time. He did step away from the game. It's been a long time since it's been years since I've casted Saberlight. Did name change to Aggressive instead, and recently did come back to the game. So great to see him once again after many years, and we'll see how he compares. We'll see how he competes against Rebellion. He's of course GM, don't get me wrong, but Rebellion is coming in as the heavy favorite. Oh boy, let's go. Let us go, as we are going to be jumping in. And so far so good. 2-get opener from both players from Aggressive, 2-get opener out of Rebellion as well. So far everything's looking normal, everything's looking standard. My eyes are definitely going to be on Aggressive here moving forward to see if he does something cheeky, something aggressive, if you will, against Rebellion. Oh boy. For now, probe scouts across the map looking to delay our expansions. We're going to try to get an eye on the initial opener. Also, hope you all had a great evening. I know that the RSL did begin last night. We had the beginning of the Revival StarCraft League. It's good to see. Good to see. As that started last night, and I believe it should be going on the entire week, which means we have some afternoons off. I'll be honest, I spent the entire day yesterday just editing VODs, scheduling VODs, thumbnails. It was great. Oh, good. It was intense, and we're probably going to do the same today as well. Just catching up. I'm up to editing the Cheese It Off here VODs, and I'm up to scheduling the EWC VODs. We're getting there. All that episode do shade across the map. They do get locked in. Yeah, the Pylon looks in one end, and then the force field the other. There's no way out of this. They might get a sentry. Barely not. Sentry does survive. 2 adepts go down. A better trade for Rebellion across the map. Pylon block, Cyber block delays the expansion. Rebellion is taking his natural, and Aggressive, his own base is so delayed. It's so late. It's so delayed. From here, eventually he will be able to expand. Eventually. Oh, hello. If we're trapped on one base, may as well make best use of it. What do we have to proxy here? Aggressive, he does have a Twilight Council on the way. With this, I'm leaning towards potentially a proxy Dark Shrine. If it is going to be a Dark Shrine, the problem though, Robo's already on the way. Like Rebellion, he's not skipping his tech, he's going for a Robo opener. Very safe way to open up here in PvP. Does allow for detection, does allow for immortal production as well. Rebellion is going to be secure, and the hallucination confirms. Yeah, he confirms the Robo. So if Aggressive was thinking about DTs, this should deter him. This should, again, Observer's already on the way. Already on the way. Behind this, working towards Blink, and Aggressive is behind. He is behind. He's heavily behind when it comes to the base, when it comes to the natural. Even though he's slightly ahead in workers right now, that will soon change as Rebellion's making 2 probes at a time, and he's mining more efficiently as well. So more efficient mining. Also, before I get ahead of myself, oh my god, big shout out to Ryu in the chat. God, thank you so much, Ryu, for the raid as well. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great stream. I think by now he's already gone to bed, but thank you so much. Me Ryu. Much love. Este Ryu. Ooh. As Epsay do bust in between the bases, this time they catch out probes. That's going to be 4 workers going down already. Brutal start. Rebellion does kick things off with that lead. He's up 6 probes. And that's going to get even higher from here. Meanwhile, Immortal production has begun. We have Blink on the way. Now, there is going to be an earlier Blink timing for Aggressive. That is true. He will have earlier Blink, and it can be active sooner as well. The problem here is, again, he cannot fight head-on because the Immortal count, he can try to bypass the army. There is a chance that he could try to slip past into the natural. He could try to slip past into the main base. Like, there are going to be opportunities here for Aggressive, and we'll see what opportunities he can find. Shall see. So now we are still setting up. +1 is on the way. Blink has completed for Aggressive. Is now taking his 3rd. And we're just taking a slower approach. Okay, despite the name, we're taking a much slower approach here. We're just calming things down, trying to catch back up, taking our 3rd base, saturating our natural, no gateway explosion. Still only 2 gates, by the way, only 2 gateways. Yes, Aggressive, he's poking in, but I don't think he has any intention of committing. And not like this. Aggressive luring the army out. Does like the sentry, not bad. Sentry does go down. Nice little pick off there for Aggressive. Behind this, taking him into charge, so he's looking to at least get ahead in terms of tech, into charge, into potentially Archons, but Zealots, they will have their place here. Right now, there's no Archon tech or splash damage for Rebellion, so Zealots, they can trade well. We just have to get there. There we go. Now we get the gateway explosion after the fact. And Aggressive, he needs a little bit of time. He needs a little bit of time here for the gateways to come up and running, to come online. Then he can, of course, embrace Mass Zealots. But before that happens, oh, Rebellion's pushing. Like, Aggressive, he needs more time. He's already. The gateways are still finishing up. He needs those warpins. And meanwhile, here comes Rebellion, pushing it ahead of time. Does have the Immortal, does have a massive amount of Stalkers. And Aggressive, not like this. Sentry goes down. Hiding back here against the Stalkers. And he just dives in. Yeah, Rebellion, he smells one in the water. He goes to the dive. Does overwhelm the army. It takes down the Stalkers. The Immortal does kite back, but there are no shield batteries. No shield batteries, barely any reinforcements. Again, Aggressive needed a couple more seconds to warp in the Zealots, but again, Rebellion, he just went for the kill. From here, the 3rd base is forfeit. Like, there's no saving the 3rd. 3rd is going to go down. Behind this Aggressive, there's not much else behind this. Once again, Rebellion can dive on the Immortal. He will. Ooh, takes down the Immortal. GG gets called, and Rebellion will take game number 1. Whew. GG. A solid game there by Rebellion. From the beginning, he was just slightly ahead when it came to the economy, when it came to the base count, when it came to the worker count, when it came to the tech, when it came to the push, when it came to the army as well. Again, it was just a really shaky start for Aggressive to be forced to be contained on one base for as long as he was, right? He was contained. It was contained on one base. He lost workers early on as well, so he just fell behind. And this is what's brutal about mirror matchups, is that if you do fall behind in such a way, you can't just macro out of it because you're perpetually behind, right? You have the same tools as your opponent. You have the same capacity for production as your opponent, so there's no way to catch up outside of doing some kind of harassing damage or going for an all-in, right? Referring to Adept Harass, maybe Prism Harass, Oracles, DTs, some way to get some kind of counter damage, or just cutting corners and just sending it across the map and hoping their opponent's being greedy. Like, you're forced to make a difficult decision and go for one of these routes. We saw that Aggressive didn't go for either one. His goal there was to try to, was to hope that maybe Rebellion would be passive and then get away with Zealots. But again, Rebellion, he was not passive. Not passive at all with that. GG, we're now getting into game number 2. And we're going to be loading into Tokamak. Here we go. And then soon we can embrace the brackets, catch up on all the matches, figure out where we're headed, figure out what other matches are going on. Of course, we do have other streams ongoing as well, covering other portions of the bracket. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the pink Protoss player. Oh. We have the pink Protoss, we have the South Korean Protoss. Representing among SC2 people, leading the series 1-0. It is Rebellion. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Peruvian Protoss player. We have the red returning Protoss, no longer Saberlight. It is Aggressive. Muy agresivo, papi, agresivo. Let's go. So we are settling in. So I'm just setting up the title of the stream. That did slip my mind. Sitting with the title. For now, though, oh my, okay. Aggressive going for the gate expand before the Cybercore. Very greedy build here. Almost the greediest build you can go for. You know, shout out to Astrea for just going straight up Nexus first. But this was a gate expand before said Cybercore. One of the greediest builds you can go for in this matchup. Meanwhile, oh my, Rebellion does the same. Gate expand as well. I mean, welcome to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger maps of the map pool, one of the more defensive maps as well. We speak about this all the time. So if you were to cut corners, this would be the map for it. And both players, they do mirror each other. So I was hoping that maybe Aggressive would be able to cut some corners here, but really Rebellion is cutting the same corners. It's cutting the same corners. From here, settling in. Now, Aggressive's base is a couple of seconds faster, I believe by like 1 second, like 1 or 2 seconds. Outside of that, mirrored builds, mirrored setups. So being active, Twilight Council opener here out of Aggressive. Likewise, Stargate out of Rebellion. So we do have some deviations here in terms of tech. Stargate against Twilight Council. With this Rebellion, his goal should just be for economic damage, just go for Oracles. Now, thankfully, Aggressive just scouted. He just scouted, he just saw the Stargate, so he's fully aware that he is under threat of Oracles, and we should be seeing Shield Batteries and Stalkers getting in position. Likewise, after the defense, we do see Aggressive, he'll have the potential to have map control. With faster Blink, with a greater Stalker army, he should be able to contain Rebellion and threaten the would-be third, if there would be any at all. Oracle's on the way. You see Aggressive trying to slip into the main, but won't quite be able to. Oh, Adept does go down. Yep, there's that safety shield battery, as we mentioned. One Oracle cannot out DPS the healing rate of the shield battery. I mean, I say can't. Eventually, the shield battery will run out of energy, and the Oracle can break through. But the shield battery is a great way to just buy time to deflect the first Oracle, bearing in mind that 2 Oracles, 1-shot probe. So a shield battery does nothing against 2 Oracles. But we can see there is no second Oracle. Instead, we do invest into a faster Twilight Council. Now, this could be a way to catch up in terms of Blink, or we might just skip Blink and go for something different entirely. Oracle breaks in, shield battery's not ready. Yeah, the shield battery's not ready. Stalker's out of position. Probe's gonna be going down. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets almost 3. Yeah, 3, 4 probe kills. 5 probes go down, and again, Aggressive not in position. Shield battery was what, like 3-4 seconds too late, and in that time, got 5 probe kills. That was brutal damage. And Aggressive, he should have been safe against this. He should have been prepared, but was out of position. Again, he had 3 Stalkers in the main, but nothing at the natural, just the 1 Stalker at the natural. And again, the shield battery was just a little bit too late by a couple of seconds, but in StarCraft, every second counts. Aggressive, he attempts to expand. Stasis will delay. And Rebellion now knows that he is safe to expand as well. He's like, oh, you want to take a base? Okay, I guess that means that I can take mine. So Rebellion, he will expand. Behind this, going for extra gateways. Looks like he is catching up in terms of Blink. There's going to be a big window in time where Aggressive has Blink and Rebellion does not. And ideally, Aggressive wants to make use of that window, right? You have that tech advantage. We have to make use of it. If not, then it means nothing. Unfortunately, right now, he's still stuck at home. I mean, because of the Oracle, the problem here is that the Oracle is still active. The Oracle is still out on the map. The Oracle is still threatening aggressive. Still does pose up. We can see he's just at home. Like, you can see Rebellion just setting up. This is the correct move. Rebellion knows he's ahead. He's ahead worker-wise. He's ahead when it comes to the base timing as well. He knows, as we just mentioned, that his opponent has faster blink. So in a head-on fight, Rebellion is at a disadvantage. So what do? We just turtle up. We turtle up, we be as defensive as possible. Right now is when Rebellion is at his most vulnerable against aggressive, and that will soon change once Blink finishes and once the third base kicks in. And unfortunately for aggressive, he's not being active, he's not being aggressive, he's not moving out. And Rebellion is getting away with his lead. He's getting away with that lead. Blink is now done, so that window in time is now closed. Third base is up and running. And now, of course, Rebellion has a greater economy, and soon he'll have the greater army as well. When I say soon, already, 12 Stalkers to 9. Oh boy. So Rebellion does take a substantial lead. And once again, we've been here before in the last game. The pressure is on aggressive to do something to catch back up. Now, what's his plan here? We're going for upgrades, same as our opponents. We do have Immortal production on the way. That is a little bit different. That will help for sure, but he needs more time. Needs more time for the Immortals. Rebellion pushing out. There is one shield battery. Likewise, there's a Guardian Shield and Force Fields as well. So far, Rebellion trading nicely. The Immortal has arrived, and Rebellion, he should respect the Immortal. Should respect it. Or going to the main, going for the stasis. Oh no! No reaction. The LA reaction here at aggressive. Brutal connection. Half the mirror line, more than half, does get caught out. Stalkers, they poke in, and they're trying to bait him in. No! The bait! Oh, the bait is real. The Immortal's exposed. And now Rebellion, he can go for the dive. He can go for the dive, and he will. Takes down one, two Stalkers. Now going for the Immortal. Will 3 shots. Sorry, will 2 shots. And this is game any damage. This is just far too much here. Once again, to target down those Stalkers. Once he targets down the Warping and Stalkers, knowing that they cannot blink away. Boys are being pulled, and probes are going down. And even though aggressive, he survives, he lost so much here in the process. Lost the Immortal, lost a bunch of Stalkers, stasis in the main, of course, if you recall. And behind this, Rebellion just chilling. Going down extra gateways, working towards charge. Charge is not on the way for aggressive. He's going for a counterattack. The pressure is on. Pressure is on. That's that fourth. Fourth for Rebellion. Now aggressive, he could try to outposition the army and head into the mineral line. Okay. I was going for the going for the Robo. Not bad. Robo goes down. Nice snipe. Nice snipe here from aggressive. Oh, but he cannot fight head on. He cannot take the fight. He's gonna commit. Goes to the warp in. Thankfully, he does pull away. Does back up. Rebellion working on +2 has to rebuild the Robo. Temple Archives on the way for the Archon production. And how many gateways are we on here? 8. We're on an 8-gate setup. Not bad here from aggressive, but again, I feel like now would be the time to just double down and maybe throw down 2 more gates and commit to an all-in. Instead, he's getting a 4th. Did have a nice pickup, and there's a chance here that he can outposition Rebellion once again. And potentially catch out some of these workers and force a cancel, or even get a kill. Yep, he sorts a 4th. Rebellion out of position. Takes down the shield battery, gets a couple of probe kills. I mean, this is nice damage, but needs more. Do you need more here? Getting ready for a depth harass. Shading towards the natural. Rebellion does have a cannon. And the defensive warp in. Yeah, defensive warp in as well. Shield battery does help support. That ups going down. And Rebellion is going to be the first to max. And he's maxing out with a superior army, with Archons, with charge lots. Aggressive still needs a little bit more time to get there. overall, the Stalker House was good. It was good Stalker House, but he still down to the workers. He does get his 4th up running. Now, there's a chance here if Rebellion, if he dedicates a little bit too hard to a mass zealot composition, and if aggressive is able to stay defensive and get a good amount of Archons and prioritize Archon production, he can still take a fight. He can still win a fight defensively back at home with the help of shield batteries, with the help of cannons. Like, there's definitely a chance that he can just turtle up and take that fight, depending on Rebellion's army composition. That's a lot of Archons. Never mind. It would have been if he had committed too hard to a gateway composition and less so to Archons, then I can see that working. But that is how many? 7. That is 7 Archons. Jesus. I mean, they built a tank. They built a breakthrough. And here comes Rebellion. Almost maxed out, pushing on the right hand side. Headed towards that 3rd. Guess they're trying to get ready. He does have a wall of cannons. True, that will help. He's got 4 cannons, has a shield battery. He wants to make sure he fights with his side defense, as he does have to back up. Ooh, Archon's exposed. 1 Archon goes down. Brings him into the main. See Rebellion taking care. Slowly pushing in. Takes down the Zealots. Pushing into the cannons at the same time. Does go for the warp in as Zealot busts into the main. Not getting too much damage yet. Oh, but the Archons are going down. Sorry, the Immortals are going down. The Immortals are going down. So the Archons, though, aggressive. He's making a stand. He's holding. Again, better concave shield battery cannons as well. Aggressive, he holds. He does defend. At the same time, those Zealots are freaking havoc in the main. Couple of Archons on the way. There's the recall. You know, Rebellion, he does keep pushing. Oh, as the Prism goes down. And I guess he's being overwhelmed. He's being overwhelmed. Oh, the Stalkers. Stalkers get surrounded. And Rebellion, he will win this fight in the main base. At the same time, Aggressive, he does shut down the Stalkers. And again, it was an impressive fight here from Aggressive, fighting defensively. But GG gets called. The main base is compromised. And Rebellion will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the round of 16. GG. GG, well played. Again, Aggressive, he had some nice moments here in this game, but overall he was just one step behind for the majority of the game. Unfortunately, he had a later 3rd base. He lost workers to the Oracle Harass as well, did fall behind economically, and he wasn't quite able to recover from that. It was just such a shame that his shield battery was just merely seconds too late, and that allowed for 5 probes to go down as well. That was just brutal damage at the start. GG. GG, well played, and with that, Rebellion, he will claim the series. And now we can take a moment to catch up on the bracket. Let's go. Let's go. Let's catch up. Exclamation mark. Be in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket has been updating and we have some updates. Oh boy, here we go. Okay, from the top, we have the #1 seed of the tournament. We have Clem. Clem is at the top of the bracket, waiting for the winner of EME, and the DPJ is waiting for their series to conclude. Likewise, we have Hapsaya. We have Hapsaya versus Heaven, currently mid-series. Shameless takes down Awesome Sauce, and Patches gets a walkover over GG Machine. Oh my god. I was definitely considering going into that portion of the bracket to cover Shameless versus GG Machine, but looks like there was a walkover. So Patches up against Shameless instead. Oh. Fall into Shameless. Scrolling down, we have Astrea. Astrea, he takes down his opponent 2-0, waiting for the winner of Tarito and Macro Juice. Oh, it's Elmia. It's Elmia. Let's go. They're going to be facing off. So again, Astrea waiting for the winner of that series. Scrolling down, we have Creator. Creator takes down his opponent and waiting for the winner of Pig and Prome. As Prome, he was lurking in the chat earlier, so best of luck to Pig. I do favor Prome coming into that series, but best of luck nonetheless. Scrolling down, we have MaxPax. MaxPax, #2 seed of the tournament, facing off against Bobek. Likewise, goes up against the winner of Ateshi and Riser. That's going to be a spicy PvP. There's a lot of PvPs, by the way. Scrolling down, no Percival either. That's unfortunate. There was a walkover and GG Machine wasn't able to compete, and here Percival not able to compete either. So Medic Jr. does get the walkover over Percival, and we have Medic Jr. versus Mute in the 2nd round. Likewise, we have ByuN. We have ByuN. He is up against the winner of Ghost User and Bomyoja. Likewise, we have Geralt. Geralt up against Rebellion in the next round. And that is our next series. So overall, I mean, it's a little bit unfortunate how some things turned out, but I'm pretty satisfied with kind of our choice of series here. Again, our goal is to follow Rebellion versus Aggressive into Geralt into ByuN. Like that's the current goal of the stream. There were other matches that were tempting, like Mute versus Percival. 100%. Mute versus Percival was looking really good, but Percival didn't show, so so we didn't miss out on that series. The other series that caught my attention early on, at least, was Shameless versus GG Machine, but there was a walkover. That's not happening either. So it's like, so if the other options, they're not taking place. So it's like, we got lucky. We didn't miss out on anything. So we're going to be focusing on Geralt versus Rebellion in that Protoss versus Protoss. And again, we'll follow that into ByuN. All the matches that do speak out to me, of course, is the potential Astrea versus Creator matchup. And unfortunately, at least early on, there won't be an Astrea versus MaxPax rematch. For those that don't remember, last week, if you were here for it, you would know that Astrea did 3-0 MaxPax in the semifinals. Like Astrea, he just had his way with MaxPax. But this week, they're on the opposite side of the bracket. So I'm sure MaxPax, he's very happy with that. He's like, oh my god, I get to avoid Astrea. Like Clem has to deal with him instead. So Max actually got lucky there, not facing off against Astrea this week, at least unless they face off in the finals, of course. And we'll see how far you can go. Likewise, we're going to be focusing on the lower half of the bracket instead. That is where our attention lies. Here we go. Of course, Pig is going to be streaming his POV, so Pig is live with his own POV. Likewise, I believe we also have Steadfast. I don't know what matches he's covering, but I'm sure Steadfast is also somewhere in the bracket. I think that's it. Sometimes Dave Tess is also casting. I'm not too certain about Dave, whether or not he's casting today. I know that Bolmiaja is, true. Bolmiaja, he's streaming his POV, and he should be casting if his tournament run does come to an end as well. Shout out to Rocklets, of course, casting in Portuguese or in Brazilian, and Enki should be dropping by at some point to cast in Spanish as well. So plenty of coverage, plenty of other matches ongoing. Plenty going on. Every second counts indeed, yes. For sure. For now, though, we are waiting for vetoes to conclude. Just sipping into some DMs. So vetoes are underway. Until then, we're going to be going on a short break. And again, when we come back, the matchup is already on the screen. We're going to be all over Geralt versus Rebellion. See you soon. See you soon after the break. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Round 16 of this week's PiGosaur Cup number 36. We go from one PvP to another here, as we're going to be following our Korean Protoss into a European Protoss. Let's go, as the PvPs continue in spawning. In the top right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing among SC2 people. It is Rebellion. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our Protoss versus Protoss matchup. Let's go. And again, Rebellion, he was looking like a beast in that last series. He was looking very informed and very in control against aggressive, but now he's up against one of the best players in all of Europe. One of the best Protosses is here, is ready to face off and to go for a deep run in this tournament. I do favor Geralt coming into this, but I do know that Rebellion has it in him to take maps and take series as well. Yes, Geralt is favored, but Rebellion by no means has no chance. He can definitely threaten Geralt. Has in the past, can do so once again. So we'll see how they face off, and we'll see how they compare. For the time being, though, we do have standard openers. We have a 2-gate opener out of Geralt, likewise 2-gate opener out of Rebellion. If you recall, the last time we saw Rebellion on this map, he did go for a more economic start. Here, he's being a little bit more standard and safer as a result, not risking going for a faster expand. Now, Rebellion, he's willing to be cheesy and willing to be cheeky in this matchup. We didn't really get to see that last series. Like, last series, Rebellion versus Aggressive was very standard. Was very standard, very normal, very by the book. There was nothing really too crazy going on. That may change here and now. Likewise, Geralt is similar. Geralt, he can cheese, he can proxy, he can go all in, but more often than not, he does play standard. More often than not. Oh. As Geralt, he locks the probe in. Cheeky move here out of Geralt. Now, the probes are locking the probe into the main. That means that this probe cannot pylon block. The probe cannot pylon block, which means Geralt, he is free to expand without worrying about a pylon and a cyber core. As the probe is trapped. The probe is hunted down. Geralt cannot freely expand across the map. Geralt also cleaned up. Geralt, he doesn't attempt to deny the expansion either, so both players do take their natural bases. So far, mirrored builds. We had Stalker Sentry out of Rebellion, likewise Stalker Sentry out of Geralt as well. The following units are going to be double sentries for Rebellion, so just being a little bit safer here. We'll have extra hallucinations to work with. Meanwhile, Geralt, he will go for one sentry, will delay the second unit, or the third unit technically, I guess the fourth unit, and go for a faster tech structure. Twilight Council. So faster tech out of Geralt, safer start out of Rebellion with extra sentries. And speaking of safer start, it makes sense. So he does open up with extra sentries into what? Into a shield battery and into a robo. Again, robo openers are very, very safe. They keep you secure back at home. It does give you early access to detection and also to immortal production as well. So Rebellion, he's going to be focusing on his defense early on. Meanwhile, we just see Rebellion across the map. Sorry, Geralt across the map. He can be more aggressive, he can be more active with faster blink. And the hallucination, ooh, does he confirm? He does. Okay, hallucination does confirm. Rebellion, he is aware of the faster blink. This is a bold move. I would have assumed that we would have seen an observer or an immortal first. No, it's a prism first. Rebellion, he's pushing. He is moving out. With this, he can reinforce. He only has 2 gateways, but he can still reinforce and, of course, micro his units. And what's important is that the Warp Prism micro hits before blink. So in a way, Rebellion, he has like defensive blink available to him. Meanwhile, Geralt setting up for the proxy. Going for the proxy Stargate for 4 minutes and 20 seconds into the game. Okay. Bold move out of Geralt, a very late proxy Stargate, but that's what makes it so unexpected. So cheeky move here out of Geralt. Meanwhile, hallucinations are thrown down. Rebellion looking to push in. Oh. Force fields, they lock down the army. Nice control so far. Does juggle back. Hallucination, they tank some shots. Sentries under fire. But so far, so good. Geralt holds. Again, those 2 shield batteries, they put in a little work. The shield batteries, they maintain the army. Behind this, Geralt is in position to delay the third. Nice, very nice force field. Oh my god. Force field gets thrown down. He's going for the pylon. The pylon is under fire. And he does have the entry for another force field. Force fields are thrown down. Rebellion has to back up with the low ground army. Depowers the gateways. Rebellion fighting well, but he's forced out. In the end, he is forced out. What's important though behind this? Ooh, Oracle. Oracle's almost done. Oracle's on the way. No shield battery in the main. Rebellion, he does pull back home. And Rebellion going into an all-in. Glaives are on the way. Glaives and Immortal Production. So 2 base all-in here from Rebellion. He, I believe, can still afford a 3rd base just to maintain his economy. But nah, he's throwing down more gates. Just throwing down more gateways. Doubling down on 2 bases. Oracle does hit the main. Rebellion out of position. 5 probe kills already. Getting up to 6. Getting up to... Oh, almost 7. Almost. Energy runs out. Rebellion's sustaining a lot of hits, a lot of losses. And the Oracle got a full scout of the main. And he should have seen all the gateways. We're getting into a 5-gate setup. So 5 gates. We should go up to 6 gateways. Yeah, there we go. 6th gate on the way. On 2 bases. And I'm loving this move out by Geralt. Now, Geralt, he shouldn't be looking to break. He should be looking to contain. And to maybe pick off a sentry here and there. Maybe slow down the push in some way. Geralt is expanding, getting a 3rd. But he has to disrupt the all-in. Speaking of... Ooh. Doesn't get the sentry. Almost. Barely doesn't one-shot. Geralt, he responds with his own Glaive Adepts. Let's go. He's got his own Glaives on the way. Rebellion's still building up. As he moves out, we have 2 Oracles to punish the main. Rebellion, he's somewhat in position. He has 2 Stalkers in the mineral line. He does push out. Oracles are deflected. Geralt going for the base raid. Yeah, he commits. He does commit. He bypasses the main army. He goes straight for the natural. Going for the pylons. And Rebellion, he commits. He doesn't turn around. He doesn't. He thought about it, but he does not turn around. He's sending it. Let's go. Stalkers do fall. And back at home, we do have a defensive setup. Cannons are on the way. Shield barriers are on the way as well. Ooh, the Immortal does stand strong. Rebellion, he's holding back at home. This should not happen. He has to break through that Immortal. At the same time, Force Fields, they zone away the Immortals. They zone them back. Geralt trying to make a stand. Depowers the gateways. From here, Cannon should bust into the main. Rebellion rotating over. Rotates towards the 3rd. Catching up some key units. Nice Force Fields, locking down some Stalkers. Stalkers are going down. Meanwhile, at the same time, Stalkers, they have bust into the main base. They're going for the final pylon. The Toast pylon is going to go down. Massive pickup. Depowers everything in the main base. 0 production left for Rebellion. There is no production. Mineral line goes down. There's a recall back home. Geralt, he holds. Geralt, he holds. He survives. He has defended. He's got a wall of shield, wall of stasis traps. The battlefield is brutal. And remember, Geralt, he can always recall himself. And there it is. There's that recall. Does recall back home. He saves his own 3rd. And Geralt, he is miles ahead. Even getting a ninja. This was in preparation for the base trade. He's getting a ninja base. Just in case the base trade continued. And now he can just focus on his push. He can just focus on his counterattack. Here we go. We have Adepts warping in. Main army does break out. And Rebellion, he just was unable to break the natural base of Geralt. The base trade failed. I mean, Geralt initiated, so I guess the base trade succeeded for Geralt. That's a kill, no cancel. Yeah, snipe the 3rd, and from here, Geralt, he will snowball out of control. GG gets called, and Geralt, he will take game number 1. GG. Does take game 1. Does take a lead in the series. Here you go. Here we go. As we are going to be setting up. Yeah, could be setting up here, and again, Geralt does take a lead. It was a pretty intense back and forth. Again, cheeky moves out of Geralt to go for the delayed proxy Stargate, which did pay off, by the way. Likewise, Geralt was able to position Rebellion, able to come in from behind, able to force the base trade. Just really nice moves there out of Geralt. He, for the most part, was in control of that game. Very impressive. Unfortunately, Rebellion, he did commit to an all-in, but he got scattered. If you remember, like, the Oracle that got into the main base saw all the gateways, saw the lack of third base. Geralt, he was fully aware what was happening. That's why when the base trade commenced, Geralt, remember, he had a wall of cannons and shield batteries at the natural. Like, he was ready. He had force fields, he had sentries. Like, he was ready for the base trade, ready for the push, and with that, he shut it down. Did shut it down. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into game number 2, and we'll see if Rebellion can force the ace match. See if he can force it. So we are getting into our next game. So we are getting into game number 2. Going to be loading into ley lines. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the pink Protoss player, the South Green Protoss, representing among SC2 people down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. It is Rebellion. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. It is Geralt. Let's go. Here we go. Calming down. We're settling in. Whew. And we did have some cheeky builds last game, or some cheeky styles. We saw, of course, Rebellion committing into a 2-base all-in. We saw Geralt going for the proxy Stargate. The openers were standard, though, if you recall. The openers were standard. It was just in the mid-game where players did mix things up. And we'll see if that trend continues. Oh, hello, as Rebellion. If you saw, he's making a beeline, not across the map, or in a way across the map, he's making a beeline here towards the proxy Stargate location. He's just outside of the main, so this is a prime location for a proxy Stargate. Otherwise, this is close enough by ground to commit into a proxy robo, so both options are available to him. Both options are available. What's it going to be? For the time being, we're waiting for the Cybercore. What's important here is that Geralt comes in with probe scouts, and Geralt, he is looking and counting pylons, and he will confirm the pylon is missing. The pylon, yeah, he's checking further back, making sure it's not hidden in the main. And now he knows that the pylon is out on the map. So Geralt, he knows something is wrong, something is amiss. Cybercore does complete, and what's it going to be? Robo. One base all in out of Rebellion. Ay, ay, ay. Not the Stargate, is going to be the Robo instead. And again, it is now on Geralt to scout. You can see he's checking his main. Now pushing and checking the third locations before moving out. Ooh, and is not really in position to scout this proxy. Not yet. Likewise, scouting towards the southern half of the map as well. Like, he's searching. He knows. He knows that something is wrong. There's a proxy somewhere. So we have 2 stalkers checking the southern half. Meanwhile, sorry, 2 probes checking the southern half. And 2 stalkers move out to check the northern half instead. And he will find the proxy. Again, very diligent scouting here from Geralt, and he will find it. Yeah, it does find the Robo. It is now where the one base all in. At the same time, Adepts are making their way towards the main, and Geralt, he's in position. He's in position to block. Does he block in time? Oh! Oh, he does not. He does not block in time. Adepts, they bust into the main. 2 Adepts taking one-shot probes. They can, and they will. Yeah, probes are going down. Geralt out of position. Solid damage here from Rebellion, getting up to 5, 6, 7. Can we? Oh my god. When does it stop? 7, 8 probes going down. Brutal damage. 9, 10, 11. Oh god. This is insane. Yeah, this is insane damage. Without even talking about the Robo, I mean, the Robo is going to be depowered, so the proxy is denied, at least for the time being. Backup probe moves in, but it's going to be targeted down once again. Nice body blocking there from Geralt. So the proxy is heavily delayed. But Geralt is also punished. He's also crippled economically. Rebellion does have the better economy here, the better income, better resource collection. We see once again Geralt in position, ensuring that the robo does not come online. Whew, so it's a bit of a messy game state. On the one hand, Geralt he shuts down the all-in, or the proxy. True, does shut it down, and hey, Rebellion's expanding. The downside, of course, though, is that is that Geralt, he lost so many probes, he lost so many workers. And it looks like he's forced into an all-in, but the Rebellion, he finds him! No! He finds it. Yep, there's a cancel. And Geralt, he's stuck on one base, and he's going for an all-in himself. Yeah, third gateway's on the way, Blink is on the way. Geralt, he has to hide that proxy. And the turns have tabled. The turns have tabled. Now Rebellion is expanding and trying to get into a macro game, and now Geralt is forced into an all-in. He lost too many workers, and again, he just invested so heavily here into this production. No chance for an expand. This time, Geralt, he does wall. Likewise, catches out the adepts. Gets one. And he should get both. Yeah, does get two. There's that fourth gateway. So it's going to be a 1-base, 4-gate blink all in. And all the Rebellion has to do is defend and survive. We need more shield batteries. The robo defensively here is going to be ideal for immortal production. Getting to his own blink. Production wise, he currently has an equivalent gateway count. And this might just be too late. For Geralt, I mean. Like, he can 2-shot, but that's what the shield batteries are for. Not a single unit goes down. Rebellion, he's holding. Is holding. Yeah, you can see the stalkers just getting so low. Rebellion's crazy. He does go for the dive. He gets 1, 2, 3 stalkers. He does trade with his opponent. But again, he can afford to trade. Like Rebellion, he can afford these trades. Oh god, and he's just punishing Geralt. Yeah, he's gonna shut him down. Sniping stalkers left and right. I love the retargeting there from Rebellion. And Geralt, he's running out of steam. He's running out of units here. Running out of HP. Oh, gets a sentry. Okay. Does snipe the sentry. Behind this, still no expansion. It's a late setup here from Geralt. Stalkers are getting low. It's an uphill battle here for Geralt. Boys are being pulled, and Rebellion, he can completely shut this down. He can just dive in. He can just go for the blink. Yeah, there it is. He blinks forward. He knows he has momentum. He knows that this army just cannot hold its own. Not anymore. GG gets called, and Rebellion ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. GG, well played. And again, we did expect this to go the distance here, but still a solid game nonetheless there from Rebellion. Initially, things were dire. Initially, things were looking dire there for Rebellion as he did lose that robo, as he committed initially to a proxy to a 1-base all-in, and he got shut down. But what were the MVPs? The adepts. Those 2 adepts that got into the main, that should not have happened. That should not have happened. He busted into the main base. He killed 10 workers. That was critical damage. And again, we saw that Geralt was forced into a 1-base all-in. He was forced into a 1-base all-in. Alas, Rebellion, he was far enough ahead where he was more than prepared for it. He had shield batteries, he had sentries, he had Guardian Shield, Robo as well, his own blink. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting into game number 3. We're getting into game 3. Meanwhile, looks like Pig did wrap up his series against Prome. We were favoring Prome there, but yo, Pig, he took a map. Not bad. He did force the ace match versus Prome. Very impressive play there. I mean, we'll be going over the bracket after this. We'll be going over the other matches. We'll get there after the series. But I did just notice, just because Pig has joined us and he knows what series to follow. He knows, Pappy, he knows. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing a Streamer Zone. being forced into a tied series. We'll see if he can bring it back. It is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing among SC2 people, bringing us to the ace match, bringing us all to game 3. Let's go. It is Rebellion. Here we go. Pink Protoss, not from Poland. True. Took it away from Geralt back. Took it away. Now though, we are settling in, and we'll see if either player does come into a proxy again. So far we have a double gateway set up here. We're going into a 2-gate opener from our 2 players. I mean, we are loading into a larger map. True, we're loading into Incorporeal. With this, we could go for greedier builds instead, as the Rush Distance Spike Ground is longer. But there it is, 2-gate opener from both Geralt and Rebellion. Everything looking normal, everything looking standard so far. Probes are being sent out. After the last game, I'm sure they're both going to be very vigilant when it comes to scouting and checking for pylons. Oh. Yeah, rallied in. We are rallied into the bases. So far, so good. Oh, Astrea, Rudolph, papi ga, papi ga. Gracias, gracias. I appreciate it, I appreciate it. It's better than Pecoeta. Feels Pecoeta, man. Do appreciate it. For now, though, we do have our initial 2-gate openers all around. It is going to be a Stalker Sentry here from Rebellion. Likewise, there's no hidden pylon, so 2 pylons here in the main base. Likewise, 2 pylons in the main as well, so everyone knows that there is no proxy. There's no fake proxy either. We can see the Rebellion's in position to delay, and he does get the pylon down. Does block. So does Geralt. So pylons have been placed. Expansions are delayed. We do see 2 more Stalkers on the way for Rebellion. A much more aggressive follow-up. Okay. With this, he can rally across the map. Meanwhile, Geralt does expand. Rebellion goes for a more delayed expansion, as we'll have the army advantage. Hello, bird. We'll see if he throws down the pylon. Nexus now on the way. Oh, Geralt, he's skipping out his units. He does skip. He does delay his 3rd and 4th units in favor of what? In favor of the base and in favor of the Twilight Council. So very late production here, very late 3rd and 4th units out of Geralt. And that may cost him, because here comes the army. Here come the Stalkers. Rebellion will see if he can punish the greed of Geralt. Shield battery's on the way. He needs a little bit more time. Shield battery's almost done. Does hallucinate. It's finished. It's finishing time. There's our proxy pylon to warp in across the map. Diving on the sentry. And the sentry is tanking a lot of shots. Likewise, trying to lock down the army. Sentry goes down. And Geralt is being forced back. But he should have enough to defend. Like, he's running out of energy on the shield battery. Oof. But alas, is being forced back. Let's go! The hallucinated Stalkers. The hallucinations against each other. With that, Rebellion falls back. He's doubling down. He's going for the all-in. Jesus, oh my god. That throws out 2 more gateways. Getting out to a 4-gate setup. Immortal production underway. And Rebellion is not stopping. Oh. Nice tanking though. Very nice tanking with the hallucinations. With that, the proxies, they get cancelled. Geralt, he defends, he shuts us down. And Rebellion, he's in a rough position. Remember, he was about to go for an all-in. Now forced to throw down tech, and now he's behind. The Twilight Council just now beginning. And he races back home. Ay, ay, ay. Rebellion in a rough position here. Now down in tech, down in production, down in army, down in everything. And Geralt, what do we go for from here? Now, Geralt, he has a choice to make. He can either throw down 2 more gateways, get a robo, get a prism, move out across the map and commit, or he could just expand. He could just take a 3rd and just contain his opponent instead. We have Glaives on the way to base all-in. So Rebellion, he's turning this into an all-in. He knows that he's behind, and the best chance he has is to go for an all-in. So he's going for Immortal and Mass Glaive Adept. Geralt will contain, and Geralt expands. And this is looking very similar to game one. In game one, where Rebellion was forced into an all-in and Geralt was able to counterattack and punish. Looking very similar. Ay, ay, ay. Hola, Fabiola, Fabiola. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Este chanchito. Geralt's threatening a dive into the main. Going for the pylon. Delaying the tech, the robo, and the Twilight Council. Oh my god. Does lay the tech from here. He can just blink away. He can, and he will. Does escape. And there's no way for Rebellion to keep up. I'd say threaten a shade. Again, no saturation. Or half base saturation. There's no extra probes on the way. So it's going to be a 1.5 base all in. And the longer this goes on, the worse it is for Rebellion. Oh god. Now he gets in. Does shade into the main. Probes are going down. There's barely any workers to begin with. Getting 3 probe kills. Does get 3. Behind this, Geralt settling in. Still taking up into charge. Establishing his own third. The one thing we're missing here is a wall of stack defense. We do have 2 shield barriers so far at the natural base, which is nice and all, but again, more would be better. And once he confirms the move out. Speaking of, the army does get spotted. There we go. Shout to the Zalnaga. Geralt he sees, he knows, and he counterattacks. The counterattacks is going to force you all in. Going for a pseudo base trade. Zelda coming to reinforce as well. And he does force a recall. Does force a recall back home. Nice trade tip from Geralt. Zalse collapsed in, diving on the Prism. Prism goes down. There's no escaping with the Immortals. And he gets one. He's getting both. He's getting both Immortals. Meanwhile, Rebellion commits across the map, back at home. Geralt he's ready. Force wheels, they lock him down. And Rebellion has nothing left. He has nothing left here. He's run out of steam, run out of army, run out of economy. And he will lose everything. Down to 1 Immortal. Now down to 0. With that, Geralt he holds, he defends, he shuts it down. Again, Rebellion, he was forced into an all-in. He wanted to be more aggressive sooner, but he was shut down earlier. And it's just been a shaky game here from Rebellion. Down 20 workers. Is down 20. Oh. Likewise, catching up the army. Catching on some of the depths. Again, it's just massive depth here for Rebellion. The one chance that he has is to potentially get into all the mineral lines and cripple the economy and cause a little bit of chaos. But even then, Rebellion, nice. He's at home. He's moving back home. He should be ready for this. Zal's at the natural. Adapts the zone away. And Rebellion, he can commit to the shade. He can and he will. Dives into the natural base. Geralt's not quite in position. Probes are going down, but it's one and done here for Rebellion. He's going to lose almost everything. In the end, GG gets called. We run out of steam, and Geralt, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Congratulations here. In the end, Geralt will claim the series. It was an intense back and forth, but just a really rough start for Rebellion. As a reminder, Rebellion, he was going for a 2-base 4-gates blink all in, but the gateways got caught out, right? He was forced to cancel both gateways across the map, so he had to deviate, had to transition out. He was already falling behind economically, and he just fell further behind. A really good movement out of Geralt to not just deny the early game aggression, but to find the proxy and to force a cancel as well. Like, that was almost game then and there. Just a really rough follow-up out of Rebellion. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations. With that, Geralt, he will claim the series, and we already have our next series ready for us. !B in the chat if you guys are having a look at the back yourselves. Shout out to Rebellion, of course, for competing here. Did fight well. did force the ace match. Wish him the best of luck when it comes to future weekly open cups, as we do have our results coming in. Bam, ByuN takes down Bomyoja 2-0, and ByuN, he's now up against Geralt in the quarterfinals. That's our next match. That's our next series. Let's go. Let us go. And again, that was the reasoning as to why we did focus on this portion of the bracket, was to eventually jump into ByuN and Geralt. There was always potential for some upsets, for sure, but in the end, it did not quite occur. So we have our series. Scrolling up, we do have a Mute. So Mute takes down Medic Jr. 2-0. Mute, he's now up against the winner of MaxPax and Ateshi. Ateshi takes down Riser 2-1. Clutch series there between Riser and Ateshi. GG, well played. Again, non-stop PvP. So MaxPax, Ateshi, and Mute, they're all Protoss players, all facing off against each other. And we'll see which of those Protosses makes it through into the semis. Best of luck. Ideally, it's lined up with our match as well, so we can just follow ByuN versus Geralt into the lower semifinals. Scrolling up, we have some other updates here. Looks like the upper half of the bracket is progressing a little bit slower. Interesting. Yeah, we have some slower results coming in. Heaven takes down Hapsai 2-0. Clem versus Heaven up next in that next round. Shameless takes down Patches 2-1. Patches took a game. Oh my god. Patches, he cheesed the hell out of Shameless there. Ay. Very impressive. I assume it was a cheese. I assume it was an all-in. Sorry, Patches cheesing the hell out of Shameless, but Shameless, it does advance on a face-off against the winner of Clem and Heaven. Scoring down, Davito versus Elmio. Elimo even. Still ongoing, still mid-series. Again, this is slowing down the bracket a little bit. Likewise, Creator versus Chrome ongoing. Astrea still waiting for his opponents, and it looks like the upper half of the bracket is going to be a little bit slower. Because of this, we might be able to cast both semifinals. I would imagine that our lower bracket is going to be progressing a lot faster. I mean, again, we're already getting there. So we can wrap up the lower brackets, wrap up the lower semis, and then go to the upper semifinals thereafter. Might be able to. For now, though, we're going to be going on a short break. Also, we just got an update. Yep, MaxPax versus Mute is just now starting. So MaxPax and Mute, they're just about to begin. Meanwhile, ByuN versus Geralt also about to begin as well. But we are going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have ByuN versus Geralt up next. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the quarterfinals of the PiGosaur Cup at number 36. We've been progressing quite quickly here through the lower brackets, and we're not stopping. We're not stopping here. We have a banger of a series ready for us. We have a TVP and spawning in the bottom hand corner of ley lines. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our Terran versus Protoss matchup. Also, a big shout to Jehefe in the chat. Oh my god, good to see you. Good to see you. Assuming this is our same Jehefe that did compete in Cheeseadelphia. Good to see you as always. Hope you had a great weekend. Hope you had a great time. And bienvenidos. Welcome, papi, welcome. As we settle into our fresh best of three. Do settle in. And when it comes to ByuN versus Geralt, ByuN is going to be coming in as the slight favorite player. I say slight favorite because Geralt, he has been beating players like ByuN and players like Cure as of late. Like Geralt, he's been able to pop off, but there is a bit of a caveat to that. There is a bit of an asterisk there. Geralt, he has been popping off in the mid to late game. If he can get into the mid to late game against these top Korean Terrans, then he can pop off and he can bring them down. He can take maps, he can take series. And I do think that ByuN is a good opponent for Geralt, because if you've been watching, if you've been aware of the current meta of TVP, then you would know that ByuN has not been going for 2-base all-ins. He does embrace them every now and then, but I would say that he's probably the most macro-oriented amongst all the Korean Terrans. I'm referring to Bunny, Cure, and Maru. And ByuN and Gimiho as well. Like when I think of all those Korean Terrans, like ByuN, he's the most standard of them. He's the one that's least likely to go for an all-in on 2 bases. Not saying he never does. Of course, he does mix it in every now and then. But I feel like he is the one that more often does go for a third. Go for a third and macro from there. And as a result, we've seen players like Astrea and Geralt have success against someone like ByuN, as they've had to worry a little bit less about all-ins. As Reaper does poke in, we're now going to be zoned away. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Geralt. So far looking good, so far looking standard. Oh, as Geralt, he does dive in. Will zone away. Behind this, we did have ByuN going for an economic opener, getting to zone 111. Again, we did mention economic openers and Rax expands are a lot more commonplace here for ByuN. Is what we expect. From here, going into Reactive Marine, into Hellion. This can lead into an early Tech Lab into add-on swap, so we'll keep an eye on the setup here. Yep, there it is. Tech Lab is on the way. This can lead into Banshee play. We'll keep an eye on ByuN, as he's been preserving a lot of gas by avoiding Cyclones and by, of course, avoiding excess Reapers as well. Yep, so he has been preserving. There's the add-on swap. And this should be Banshee play. Adaptive shut down. Hallucination confirms the add-on swap. Aye. Hallucination confirms, and we fake as well. We fake Cloak Banshee. It's going to be Raven. Okay, it's going to be Raven instead. I believe this upgrade should be cancelled. It's possible that ByuN wanted to go into Banshee play, but thanks to the Hallucination Scout, is denied. So it is denied. With that, ByuN making his first tank. Geralt freely expanding. And we'll see if Geralt takes the bait. Reaper shut down. We have the backup hallucination. Rechecking. Does come for the Raven ACs. He sees, he knows, a massive rescout hit for Geralt, as he's now aware that there was no cloak, that it was a fake out, that there are no banshees. As of course, Interference Matrix was cancelled. Interference Matrix isn't really applicable here to current meta. In years past it was. Back when Robo openers and Colossus follow-ups were a little more common, that is when Raven and Interference Matrix could really thrive and could really be viable. But in the current meta, that's not really the case. Current meta, we have more Blink-based openers into Charge, into Delayed Colossus and Delayed Storm. I say Delayed Storm, nowadays Storm is a little bit more common, but that's where the Raven is just less useful. At least at a head-on fight, at least with that disable. Here we go. Raven does move out to Harass to counterattack. Meanwhile, Charge on the way, working towards Temple Archives into Storm. And yeah, we are embracing a longer game. Settling in. Now, something that ByuN does like doing that's very ByuN is going for an early push pre-stim. Like going for these like 2 to 3 tank pushes pre-stim is very ByuN-esque, and we'll see if we go for it. But now we're still building up an army. It doesn't really have enough Marines to really have much of a presence. If we were to move out, Geralt's here. Geralt is in position to delay the push. And until then, ByuN is contained. ByuN is contained, working on all those upgrades. Raven harass into the main. Oh, nice, very nice feedback. Geralt, calm down. Shuts down the Raven. And there's that third CC. And again, the third CC shouldn't be a surprise. Like, this is why we did mention at the start of the series how out of all the Korean Terrans, ByuN is the one that's most willing to expand and most willing to get into a macro game. Has been the case for the past couple of months. And Geralt knows this as well. Like, Geralt, he's played a lot versus ByuN as of late, so Geralt, he's very much familiar with his playstyle. But he does miss a drop. Uh-oh. It fails to contain, drop does sneak out, and this drop has a lot of potential. It's a lot of potential. Threading a dive into the main. Oh, there's a recall. Does recall back home. Does recall in time. Despite that, the unload does complete. Oh, and ByuN is breaking through. ByuN is breaking through. Storm will zone. And what's important here is he creates an opening. He creates an opening. The main army doesn't move out across the map. Geralt out of position, and ByuN, he can break the third. Here Geralt, he's racing on over. Know where he needs to be. Did overreact, did over respond. And the third base is under fire. Nice storm. Zelsa charge in. High Templar being targeted. Ooh, gets one. But nice splits out of Geralt. Very nice. Geralt, he pulls away the High Templar, and Geralt, he holds. Whew, he does hold on. He shuts out the Raven. Oh no, the Raven goes down. Raven goes down. Fourth base is being taken. It does not get cancelled. And Geralt, not bad. Despite the very chaotic defense, he does defend. Does defend. Didn't really lose many workers at all. He lost 6 probes. He lost only 6 workers. But what's important is that ByuN, he doesn't back off. ByuN, he backs off, but I should say he doesn't go back home. He's still active. ByuN, he still does pose a threat. Geralt, he has to respond. ByuN going for a split push. We have a double drop towards right hand side. This time Geralt is in position. He's keeping up with the tempo of ByuN. So far so good. And ByuN now expands. ByuN expands. We're getting towards the mid game. We're getting into that back and forth. Nice storm. Storm in the Bayou. Yeah, oh, baits the army in, gets one mine shot off. Just the one. Oh, second one goes up as well. I'm getting forced back. Ghost production has begun. Now getting into Ghosts. Now he has an answer to the storms. He's got EMPs. Again, this is still very tense between the two players. I'll say this fourth base was a little bit late. ByuN does have the larger army. He's been able to build up over time. ByuN has momentum. And Geralt, he needs time for his splash damage. He's got Storm, yes, but he needs more than that. We have Colossus on the way. But there's going to be a window in time before Colossus pop out where Geralt is vulnerable. And ByuN can overwhelm. Oh, Storm goes up. Nice, very nice. Oh, God. Very nice Storm. As ByuN does take the Storm to the face. Flying Storms! Oh, a little bit too late there. A little bit too late to respond, to react. Storm does not connect. Unfortunately, Geralt, he had no high ground vision. Oh, no! Oh, that's 3 High Templar going down. These are expensive losses. These are crucial losses as well. Like, every High Templar counts. Every Storm is that much more important here for Geralt to hold on. Geralt is moving out. High Templar, they do need a split. ByuN moving in at the same time, Prison towards the main. Prison towards the main base. Seems so wrist sniped. Prism slips in. It's at main. SCV is going to be going down, going for a massive warp in. ByuN, he is somewhat in position with Marauders at least. May not be pushing forward. We have a Storm. And melee zones. Doesn't quite connect. Zoning Storm. Zealous, they are wreaking havoc. 7 SCV is going to be going down. Geralt is pushing in. Can he land a Storm? Up, he can. Yeah, much better Storm, but I think that was the only one. Yeah, the only one. EMP connects. No more Storms. High Templar, they will go down, and with that, ByuN holds. ByuN, he holds on. Zelsa still wreaking havoc in the main. Still catching more SCV kills. 17 SCVs. It's actually 17, getting up to 20. 20 SCVs going down. And ByuN, he will defend, but it'll cost him his mineral line. Now, what's scary here, if you've been seeing this, Geralt, he's missing macro cycles. He's missing macro cycles, missing warp ins. Geralt, he has 2,000 minerals and 1,200 gas. He has to spend his money here. Like, Geralt, he plummets in supply. We need to warp in. A second robo's on the way. The second robo's late. Like, Geralt, he has the economy, but he just doesn't have the production. He does not have the production here. And again, he did miss some warp in cycles as well. So Geralt, he is vulnerable. And now would be the time for ByuN, but ByuN, he's stuck at home. Now, what's important, because ByuN just lost 20 SCVs, that's why he's not pushing. Like, ByuN, he feels pressured to defend against Geralt, because Geralt's crazy. Like, Geralt, he's getting a lot of damage done. ByuN, he's staying at home, he's scared to push, and this is allowing Geralt to recover. So there's no punish. If ByuN counterattacked then and there, Geralt probably would die. Like, Geralt, he probably would just fallen over. He just didn't have the army for it, but he's now recovering. He's now able to spend his money. ByuN was too passive, he didn't know. Of course, ByuN, why would you? Why would you know that your opponent's just missing warp ins and not able to spend their money? So Geralt, he gets away with it. Does get away with it. Feedback's popping up. One Night Templar goes down. Ooh, no storm. No storm. Blackbeard's massive push on the left hand side. Geralt not paying attention. Disruptors go down. And ByuN, he might just have too much. He might just have too much here. Takes down 2 Disruptors, takes down 2 High Templar. Geralt know where he needs to be. Storm now coming in, but it's late. Ooh, Colossus is exposed. Yeah, the Colossus goes down as well. No pickup. No save. And Geralt, he's holding, he's surviving, but he's sustaining a lot of losses. A lot of losses here. He's trading out a lot of his army to survive. Storm's not coming in. Yeah, messy defense here from Geralt. And here comes ByuN. Again, it's been very messy here for Geralt. ByuN gets into the mineral line. Probe's going to be going down. ByuN picks up, dropping into the main. Geralt, he does warp it in time. Does warp in. Geralt, he needs a couple moments here to recover, to stabilize. Just gather his thoughts and calm down. Oh. But ByuN is not giving him that time. Liberation is set. We have a massive Dune drop threatening the bases. Geralt moving in. Okay, Geralt, he does have a moment. As the aggression does subside. With that, oh my god. Drop is being shot down. Yeah, bold move here by ByuN. Tries to break out. And he will not escape. Yeah, he does not escape. Storks are coming from behind as well, losing every single medevac. Oh my god. Yeah, brutal losses there for ByuN. ByuN, he does plummet in supply. Loses 30 supply there with those drops. Does snipe 1 Colossus. Getting another. Oh my god. Almost. Whew. Clutch save. Clutch save out of Geralt. Ooh, Storm coming in. Decent Storm. Geralt does push forward. Decent over as well. And Geralt, he's stabilized. Again, we've had a shaky game. Shaky game out of Geralt, but he's stabilizing, he's securing his bases. Both players are maxed out. And Geralt, he rotates over towards the planetary. Shows those Novas, though. Storm zones. There's not many High Templar here. Decent Nova, but there's only 1 Disruptor, only 2 High Templar. Where's the splash damage? Colossus, they do pull away, and ByuN defends. ByuN, he defends, he holds. Again, this is just a heavy gateway composition. We need those storms, we need those disruptors. Just a pure gateway army, it's not going to cut it. What do we have? We have 2 High Templar, 3 Colossus, and that's it. No disruptors. And the High Templar don't have storms. Geralt's main army is lacking. Once again, rotating. He's got 24 zealots. I mean, zealots, they can be efficient. Oh, storm goes off. Oh, brutal snipe. So I'll save the High Templar. The losses does go down. And Geralt here is mass expanding. He's trying to go for the zealot run-bys. I think this is crucial here. He has to throw away the zealots. He has to get rid of them in some way, but they get spotted. Nice positioning. Very nice. He's had 7 SCVs. Does pull away. Does pull in time. I know that I've been talking a lot about Geralt's composition. When it comes to ByuN, he is lacking Liberators. Liberators are now on the way. Oh, the Ghost are exposed. It's a very Ghost-heavy army. Has to be careful. Because there are so many Ghosts, I mean, there's barely any High Templar. It's the only High Templar. Storm does not connect. Never will. Oh my god! Massive connection. The Nova's happy. Nova's do connect. That was what, 5 Ghosts going down. And Geralt, he can take the fight. He can take the fight. He can take it from here. Ghosts are falling left and right. They cannot escape. That's another, what, 3, 4 Ghosts going down. There's 2 Ghosts left. Down to 1. Down to, oh, 0. 0 Ghosts. How many was that? Jesus. As 26 have gone down so far, we're down to how many? Down to 0. 0 Ghosts left. ByuN's in danger. Oh, but Geralt, he doesn't quite have enough momentum. He does pull away. But he has 4 Colossus. We can keep going. Again, there's what? There's 3 Vikings. A handful of Liberators. Yeah, Geralt, he should keep pushing before ByuN stabilizes. Rotating over, looking for another way in. He's got 3 Novas, 3 Disruptors. Liberators, they reposition. Once again, Geralt rotating. Ooh, 1 Colossus goes down. Does get one of the Vikings. There's 1 Viking left. So also a DT counterattack on the way. Let's go. Colossus having some awkward engagements here. And ByuN has made it. He's made it to what? Made it to Liberators, right? You can see how Liberators, they change the dynamic of the game. They do allow ByuN to have some more breathing room here. So it does wall up, does zone away. Liberation has arrived. And you can see Geralt trying to find a way in. Now, how do you break this? Typically Tempest. Tempest, Sky Toss, especially if we hunker down a little bit too much. If we throw down turrets and planetaries and more Liberators. Oh, ooh, brutal connection. It was under the CC, but another Nova goes off. And Geralt, he needs to start thinking about Sky Toss. Meanwhile, no recall. Yeah, there is no recall. The base is going to go down. Geralt, he rotates. The Nexus will fall. Nice storm. Very nice storms. And Geralt, he will collapse on the army. This does create an opening. Yeah, blinks in, takes down both Medivacs. Nice cleanup. But Geralt did lose a mineral line. Also a lot of probes. DT's still being active. No turret. Uh-oh. Yeah, there's no turret in position. These DCs have potential. CC's going down. Nova's going up. Ooh, getting 1. Yeah, Geralt, he panicked. Does get a second Ghost. There's 1 Ghost left. 0. 0 Ghost left. DTs, now is their time. There they go in. Ooh, they two-shot. They two-shot the CC. And Geralt, he's done it. Geralt, he's done it. He's just pulling ByuN apart. ByuN, his economy is lacking. The army as well. That is a lot of Vikings, true. And again, there's still no good answers to these Liberators. Still no good answer. Geralt does get 13 SCVs. And Geralt, he's starving ByuN out. Like, ByuN, he's limited when it comes to his bases, when it comes to his economy. Stalkers, they go for another CC. Force ByuN to respond. There's a cancel. Geralt, he has to be very careful about pushing through the center. Army gets spotted. Geralt moving in. There's no flank. Yeah, there's no flank. Geralt, he can keep pushing into this. Does back up. Does pull away. And we spoke about it, right? We spoke about it how we do favor Geralt against ByuN. If he gets into the mid to late game, he's here, right? This is where Geralt's at his best. This is where Geralt is favored. And ByuN, he's struggling to keep up. It was a shaky road to get here, 100%. It was shaky, but he got here. Oh. Meanwhile, we'll bleed out 2 more Colossus, almost 3. Yeah, better trade here for ByuN. Nice Viking count. CC's on the way. Again, the pressure's on Geralt to make sure the CC does not get up and running. He's holding on to those Dark Templar. Geralt, he did bleed out a lot of units here, pushing into those Liberators. Oof. Miss rally out of ByuN. Does have a miss rally. DTs are a little bit too soon. Yeah, they're too soon. The army's here. Has to get the hell out of here. Do blink away. Go pushing in. Can he get the planetary? There's just not much here with this army. There's 1 Colossus. That's a lot of Novas. We will get the SCVs. Okay. Not bad. Oh. Army's moving in. Nova does not connect. Yeah, Geralt here overextends. Yeah, brutal overextension, losing 1, 2, 3, 4 disruptors. 5. Yeah, some brutal losses here for Geralt. It takes a long time to rebuild those disruptors. This wasn't worth it. This was not worth it for Geralt. DTs, they go in, but they get shut down. Geralt, he's losing momentum. We spoke about it. Geralt, his win condition was to make sure that ByuN cannot expand, but ByuN now he has a base. Now he has a fresh mining base. Now ByuN can sustain himself. He's all run by runs into the army. Yeah, this is going to be a better trade here for ByuN. Cleans this up. And Geralt's hurting. Geralt, he's hurting right now. How many robots does he have? 3. That should be enough, but he's not producing. He's not producing more. There we go. There we go. Oh. We're just taking advantage of this angle of attack. Bottom right should go down. Geralt has to make a choice. Does he race back home, or does he start losing bases? ByuN takes down bottom right. Does he keep going? Oh, bit of a miss rally. Still very tense. And at this point, the problem here is that this planetary doesn't matter anymore. Like, if this planetary goes down, and same with these southern bases, like ByuN, he has a fresh mining base. That's what's important. But ByuN is getting somewhat caught out. Uh-oh, here comes the surround. Yeah, surround is coming in. Geralt has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. Nova's going up. Nice splits. Very nice splits. Ooh, except for towards the end. Vikings getting caught out. Yeah, mispathing here from ByuN. Have a back and forth trade, but that's still a lot of ghosts. How many? 9. 9 ghosts here for ByuN. Ooh, brilliant piece. And these Novas, they have to connect. And they will. Decent Novas. They take a chunk out of the Marauders. Still very clutch. But ByuN, he has that base. He has it saturated. ByuN coming in from behind. Does move in. Geralt, now is the time to engage. Novas, they mainly zone. First Colossus goes down. Another Nova going up. Better connection. Oh my god. Yeah, ghosts are falling, and Geralt, he will take this fight. He will shut this down. GG gets called as ByuN overextends, and Geralt takes game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, Geralt, he got into his final form. He got into the late game. We saw that ByuN, he was able to hold his own for a time. He was able to get into Liberators and able to expand and get his northern base up and running, which did allow ByuN to stay in that game. But he never really had much of a map presence to try to disrupt the economy. We saw that there were drops, of course, towards the south side to snipe bases here and there, but for the most part, Geralt, he was still out trading. He was still catching more ghosts, catching more marauders. Geralt, he was able to out trade ByuN, able to contain him. GG. GG, well played. Whew, and with that, Geralt does take a lead in the series, and we'll see if he can claim the series 2-0. I will say that this map is going to be favoring ByuN though. Up next, Last Fantasy. I'm a little bit shocked, a little bit surprised. This map did not get vetoed. This map was not vetoed. Now, Last Fantasy is an interesting one. Last Fantasy is a 3-player spawn map. It is the most vetoed map in the map pool. And what do we expect on Last Fantasy? Well, it's a smaller map. It's one of the smaller maps as well. At the same time, it is also very defendable. There are a lot of choke points. So I'll be honest, we have some very limited data on Last Fantasy because we rarely get to see games on it. On the one hand, smaller map, so all-ins can be favored. At the same time, there are a lot of choke points, so there are a lot of positions to actually pull off a defense. So who do we favor? A player all-inning or a player turtling? Hard to say. We're about to find out, most likely. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, or the right side of Last Fantasy. In the right side of Last Fantasy, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran represent. Oh, God. On the right side of Last Fantasy, we have our South Korean Terran player. We have our blue Terran representing Shanghai Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the left side of Last Fantasy, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. It is Geralt. Yo, shout out to Enki. Shout out to Ellen Mossa, papi, Ellen Mossa. Let's go, let's go. Yeah. As we are gonna calm down and settle into game number 2. Ooh. And again, welcome to a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in top side, right side, or left side as well. There are 3 possible spawn locations. It's up to our players to determine where each other are. And it's important to talk about how defensive this map is. We spoke about it earlier, but we have a very narrow choke point coming in towards that 3rd base. Likewise, narrow ramp as well coming in towards the 4th locations. More choke points, more ramps. In general, the bases, even here as well, narrow choke point, narrow ramp as well, and narrow choke point here on the right hand side. We have seen a lot of players be quite successful when it comes to just turtling up on 3, 4, and 5 bases. Like we've seen a lot of players have difficulty when it comes to breaking this defensive setup. At the same time, the rush distance by ground is short. True, short rush distance by ground. So there's a bit of a give and take here. Economic opener out of ByuN to be expected. Racks expand out of ByuN on the high ground. Later factory, later gas. As you mentioned at the start of the series, again, ByuN, he's not really one to go for many all-ins, but I feel like you have to on Last Fantasy. Like, I don't know if you want to play out a longer, later game against Geralt again. I say that doesn't stop ByuN from trying, true. But we'll see. We shall see. As Benny scouts, checks, confirms that Geralt is not top left. Geralt's moving in on the right hand side in hopes of delaying the economy. Geralt, did he see the opener? He did. Yeah, he did see the command center. He is aware, pokes up the ramp. Shouldn't get much more done here, but we do have our take of choice, Twilight Council. Twilight Council out of Geralt. Does go for the Twilight Council opener. Picks up the Marine. Gets a Marine and should escape, should survive. Stalker does back up. And we'll see how many gateways, how dedicated is Geralt going to be. So far, 3-gate blink. Likewise, ooh, the Reaper does take a lot of hits. Does take a lot of damage. As ByuN, he does boost across the map. He's got a cycle and 4 Marines behind this, actually committing here in towards Cloak Banshee. Okay, let's go. Remember last game he faked Cloak Banshee, this time it's real. And right now it's on Geralt to determine what's going on. Drop gets spotted. Can he force a cancel? Oh no! He can, and it looks like he will. Aye, brutal pickup. Geralt the third is denied. Trying to get in position. And what's important, this is a big distraction as well. It's a big distraction. No sentries out of Geralt, and once again the third base is denied once again. Oof. Probe goes down. ByuN pulls away. And Geralt, he will finally expand, but again, no sentry, no hallucination, no scout. He has no idea what's going on. Cloak Banshees are amassing. 2 Banshees, they can one-shot probes. ByuN is building up. How many gateways are we on? I believe 3? Yeah, just 3. So still only 3 gateways. There's not much here to threaten. Geralt has to get something done across the map, but he's just getting picked apart. He's getting picked apart here. Bunker is complete. There's a tank in the main. And I worry for this mineral line. I'll be honest. I do worry. Boys are being pulled. The bunker goes down. Blackbeard's Banshee does hit the natural. And probes are falling. Denying mining. Mining is denied. There is 0 detection, by the way. There's no robo. There's 0 detection. Cloak is revealed. And we're just getting free damage. Free damage in the main. Stalkers are denied. And ByuN's just all over this. Like, Geralt, he's just falling apart. Robo just now begins. From here, we should target probes. Unfortunately, he left on A move. There we go. Does now target workers. Probes, they hit the third. And just 0 detection. Just 0 detection. The Banshees, they are winning ByuN this game. There is just no answer. These Banshees could be getting a little bit more done at the natural as well, to be honest. As Cloak is running out on the first Banshee, that's still going to be 15 probes going down. Oh, nice feedback. Really nice. Otherwise, it would have been that Cloak Banshee would have been disastrous. That could have killed another mineral line. But very nice feedback. But Geralt, he's still behind. Like, Geralt, he's still in a really rough position here. And again, it's on Geralt, he never scouted. He never scouted the main. He never saw what was happening. He took it for granted. He was caught off guard. And ByuN is running away with this. Now moving out. And I'll be shocked if Geralt can survive this. If he can survive this push, it'll be impressive. Now we have an observer. Storm is on the way. Everything is late for Geralt because he lost so many workers. He lost so many probes. Banshees. They got another High Templar. He goes to the High Templar. Does force the Archon. No storms. No storms. And with that, we're going to be forcing the ace match here. There's no saving this expansion. No shot. There's just not enough. There's going to be 1 storm. True. There's going to be 1 storm available with the main army. See Geralt try to collapse in. High Templar is trying to engage. Here comes a storm. Not bad. Storm goes up, but the Archons are still going down. Takes down the Archons, takes down the Stalkers. We'll take another storm to the face. Banshees are in the main. That's going to be another 16 probes going down. And yeah, there's no surviving this. No shot, Pappy, no shot. And it all just began with the lack of scouting, right? Lack of sentry, lack of scouting, lack of hallucination. GG gets called, and ByuN will tab the series 1-1. We're going to game number 3. Let's go. We're going to the ace match here. Again, a very intense game, and it all just came down to lack of scouting, lack of vision. Because of that, the lack of detection was punished, and the Banshees did just win ByuN the game. They won the game. GG well played. With that, we're going to be going into that final game of the series, and we're going to be loading into Tokamak. Now, we did speak about Geralt and his strengths in TvP, and just to reiterate what we mentioned at the start of this series is that Geralt, he is favored in a longer game. If he can get into the mid game, if he can get into the late game, that is where Geralt thrives. Up next, Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the largest maps in the map pool, very defensive map as well. This is where Geralt is going to be at an advantage. This is where Geralt's going to be at his best. The pressure is going to be on ByuN to try to get damage done early on, I feel. Which is still possible, it's just the map is going to be helping Geralt here. It's going to be assisting him in terms of that defense. So the pressure is on. It's not going to be easy. We'll see if ByuN can pull this off. We'll see if he can try to get critical damage done early on and try to snowball into a win. Let's go. Let us go. As we are loading into Tokamak. And we'll see if he goes for a double gas opener. Curious. He has yet to do so this series, but he might go for it here in the ace match. Here we go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. Tying up the series 1-1 and forcing the ace match, it is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Polish Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. Let's go. Let us go. Now, I don't expect to see ByuN going Banshee again. Remember, game 1, he faked Banshee. Game 2, he went for real Banshees. Game 3, we expect to see something different. I would expect to see maybe like a vanilla Marine tank push. As we open up with an eBay block. Okay, cheeky move out of ByuN. The goal here is to get the eBay at the natural, to delay the expansion, and to maybe even force the unnatural natural out of Geralt. Let's go. Geralt, he's watching this, he doesn't move down, but no, he moves out with a probe scout, and he will miss the SCV. And the eBay is on the way, and this is a rough start for Geralt. eBay is on the way. Geralt moves out, and he doesn't scout. He doesn't scout. He fails to spot this, and there's going to be too much regression. Too much regression. From here, Geralt will be forced to expand at the 3rd. Oh boy. And ByuN is here to delay. He's chasing the probe. He just wants to expand. And there we go. We have the unnatural natural out of Geralt. Again, the reasoning for this, there's a cancel. The reasoning for this is because there's just so much health, there's so much HP, there's so much progression on the structure that is that eBay. It means that it takes too long to break down. It takes too long to, oh, as he cancels. He cancels an excess. He retakes his own natural. So a couple of things. Geralt, he's able to expand where he wants to. He's not going to be vulnerable. He's not going to be exposed. But at the same time, it's a very late expansion. He had to cancel. He had to delay. This is a shaky start for Geralt. Shaky starts. And ByuN is shilling back at home. He's shilling. Getting his own CC on the high ground. And getting to his factory. ByuN has had a very successful start to the game. ByuN, he's looking for another way in, and he is going to be deflected. I'm hoping that Geralt gets a sentry soon so he can get some kind of scouting. We saw that did kill Geralt last game. The lack of scouting, lack of sentry. Results on low ground. For what he knows, it could be a double gas opener. Sorry, there could be a faster second gas, a faster factory. We know that there isn't, but Geralt is unaware. There we go. There's a sentry. Sentry is on the way. Are building up. Good hallucination across the map. ByuN is in position to deny the scout. He has the cyclone. Ooh, brutal positioning here. The hallucination is going to be denied. He's going to be deflected. Geralt, he needs the scout. Coming in for a better angle. Cyclone does push, and the hallucination will confirm the 1-1-1 setup. We'll confirm the 1-1-1. We'll confirm there's no fast tech lab on the starport, so there's no Banshee. But he also sees where's the army. It's not here. He has to get ready. Yeah, he's getting ready back at home. Shield whatever he's done. Stalker's on patrol. And here comes the drop. Now, if you remember, last time this drop did deny the third. Did happen last game. Pylon goes down. Ooh, that does supply block Geralt. As Geralt, he actually stays on 2 bases a little bit longer, going to 3-gate blink. We need that backup hallucination. And what's scary is that the Cyclone does race back home. What did he see? What did he see? He saw the research. Yeah, he saw the research. He saw the Cloak Banshee, and back at home, Robo. Robo into Observer. This time, the Banshees won't end the game. I mean, they still may, but they won't just end the game then and there. They should not do as much damage. As last game, they did win beyond the game. They were the MVPs. They killed like 30 probes amongst the 2 of them. It's insane damage. He's set up outside the natural. Working on his 3rd base. Should be working on observers as well. ByuN is breaking out. He's slowly breaking out of his contain. Setting up on 2 bases. Behind this, we'll see if he throws down extra Raxes. He does have a 3-1-1 setup. And this is the ByuN push. What do I mean by that? Stimless. Stim just began. Stim just began. So this is going to be a stimless move out here. A vanilla marine move out with ByuN. He's very fond of this. Very fond of this move out. Here, the main bulk of the damage are with tanks, not with marines. And he's trying to catch out the stalkers. Ooh. Doesn't get the volleys off. ByuN setting up on the high ground. Does pull away. So far, Geralt, he keeps up. He zones back ByuN. And Geralt holds. And nice defense by Geralt. Meanwhile, Banshees, they do hit the natural. They do hit the 3rd. 2 Banshees, they can one-shot probes. There is detection, but despite that, 3 probes still go down. Let's say 3, getting to 7. Oof. 7 probe kills. Does take down 1 Banshee. And the other shouldn't get much done, but so far, a very successful harassment here from ByuN. Very successful. Gets 8 probes. Gets away. As ByuN's out pushing, this time pushing with Stim. This time the upgrades are now done, and he's getting a 3rd CC. This is not an all-in, but still very dedicated. Very dedicated here by ByuN. And Storm is not ready. Ooh, Storm is just barely not ready for this. This might just be too much. Yeah, ByuN, his goal here to end the game early. Dives on the expansion. Geralt, he does miss the move out. He's out of position, and the base is going to fall. Massive pick off. That's the least that ByuN wanted, is to kill the expansion. Mind shots popping up. Tanks a punish, and ByuN has done it. ByuN has done it. He breaks the 3rd. From here, he can just keep on going. Remember, there's still no Storm. Storm just not finishing. There's only 1 High Templar. And the Storm does pop off. Does zone away. But that was critical damage. That was critical damage, killing a base, killing 7 probes. Geralt just now expanding. There was no backup base to pull to. And we spoke about how ByuN, the pressure was on to get damage done early to not allow Geralt to have a comfortable mid-game. That's what's happening. Is what's happening here. Doesn't kill Geralt, but does cripple. Like, Geralt, he is crippled. Now, there's a chance that Geralt can recover in this game, but he has to rely on Zealot run-by, Zealot drops, insane storms, insane control, miscontrol out of ByuN. It's looking bleak here for Geralt. It's looking bleak. And again, a lot of it came down to him just missing the move out. He did miss the push. Didn't see it coming. He wasn't ready to delay, to disrupt. Coming in for the storm drop. Let's go. Oh, it doesn't quite get there. Solid reaction here by ByuN. ByuN is secure. Yes, from here, ByuN is just, yeah, I mean, there's just not much to stop him here. There's a couple of storms, true, and we are getting ready for a flank, potentially. But ByuN is eclipsing the army supply. Now moving in with the EMPs. Moving in with the ghosts. High Templar pushing forward. Prison comes from behind. Brutal EMPs. Oh, nice storm. Very nice storm. Storm does connect, but do we have another storm? Ooh, the zone. Ah, not enough. There's not enough zealots, not enough chargels here. The army sims in. High Templar go down. It was a decent engage out of Geralt, but not good enough. Nice splits towards the end. GG, and with that, ByuN, he will overwhelm, he will break through, and ByuN will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew, GG, well played. ByuN, he does claim the series. Again, a very successful push out of ByuN to break the third base when he did. Geralt, he did have an army to defend, but if you remember, he missed the move out. He didn't see the army pushing through the center. He didn't see the army rotating towards the third base. He didn't see the army until it was already sieged, until it revealed itself at the third. Geralt, if you remember, he was over on the right-hand side. He was in position to protect his fourth. He was in position for his fourth base, so he was out of position. GG. GG, well played. With that, ByuN, he was able to cripple Geralt then and there and claim the win. Congratulations. My condolences to Geralt. I would hope that for those that maybe don't watch much PiGosaur on Mondays or many of these Open Cups, for those who don't watch much Geralt or ByuN as well, hopefully this was able to showcase at least that Geralt, he can thrive in the mid to late game. We saw game 1 where Geralt was able to take it to ByuN, and we have seen Geralt defeat ByuN in the past, in recent times as well, in that kind of scenario. Like, again, the pressure was on ByuN to try to kill or cripple Geralt early, and he pulled it off. Did pull it off both in game 1, sorry, both in game 2 and in game 3. In both games, GG, well played. With that, we are now getting ready for the semis. Getting ready for the next round. Exclamation mark B in the chat. Exclamation mark B. To have a look at the back yourselves to catch up on what's been going on. We do have some updates. Here we go. Here we go. We do have our lowest semis ready. It's going to be a best of 5. It's going to be a best of 5 semifinals between our two players here. Another TVP. It's going to be MaxPax versus ByuN. MaxPax to take down Mute 2-0, so MaxPax versus ByuN is going to be coming up next. Meanwhile, we have some other updates as well. Bam, there we go. We have some other updates. We have Clem. Clem takes on Shameless. Astrea takes on Creator. We have Clem versus Astrea also ongoing. So we have 2 best of 5s in the semis. We have Clem versus Astrea and MaxPax versus ByuN. Let's go. Let us go. We're going to be focusing on the lower semis. As a reminder, for this tournament, both matches happen at the same time. Both matches do happen at the same time. We are not holding semifinals. They're happening concurrently. So we are going to be featuring MaxPax versus ByuN. Hopefully there's someone casting Clem versus Astrea. I don't know if there is, but hopefully there's someone covering that series. It deserves to be covered. Best of luck. For now, we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have MaxPax and ByuN facing off. See you soon after this very short break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals or semifinals here of the PiGosaur Cup number 36. We are here with once again another Terran versus Protoss matchup, but this time with a best of 5, not with a best of 3. Let's go as we are jumping into our series, and spawning in the bottom hand corner of ley lines, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Storm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. Opening up with the proxy racks. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our fresh best of 5. Let's go. Clem Astrea is on Pig's channel. Yes. Pig, I believe, is going to be jumping in mid-series. They already began. I think they're in game 2 or game 3. But Clem versus Astrea, they're currently ongoing, and I believe El Chanchito is going to be jumping on over into that series. Meanwhile, we are going to be focusing and fixating on our own best of 5. Let's go. Let us go. For the time being, we are going to be moving out across the map. Again, ByuN does go for the proxy, but it's only one rack. So not the most committed, not the most aggressive, not all in at all. The purpose here should just be proxy Reaper into the main to harass and to get some economic damage done. So cheeky start here by ByuN. Yep, there's the Reaper, as we mentioned. Looking for a couple of probe kills. Like 2-3 probes would be ideal. Would be amazing. We'll see if we can pull it off. Oh god, that should not have happened. ByuN with the quick moves. He does punish, he does shut down the initial probe. Very nicely done. Reaper's on the way. A bit of an unfortunate start here for MaxPax. We'll see if he can recover, of course. We'll see if he can minimize losses. It's going to be on MaxPax to pull back those probes. Reaper dives in, probes under fire. And he will disrupt mining, and he will get one probe. Oh my god, almost gets surrounded. Almost gets surrounded, and so far, no damage. So far, I mean, I say no damage, no kills. No kills yet. Reaper is forced out. Nice defense here by MaxPax. He does lose mining time, but he does save his probes. So solid defense here. ByuN pulls away. Second Reaper's on the horizon. Behind this expanding back at home, and now he backs off. Now with 2 Reapers, the Adept moves out across the map, but there is going to be a second Adept back at home to defend. Reapers, they can threaten the mineral line once again, and they will get 1. This time 1 probe kill. He gets 1, he gets 2, and he doesn't quite get 3. This is okay damage, but ideally you want a little bit more. Meanwhile, the Adept gets across the map. There's nothing at home to defend. The SCV is going to go down, and the CC is delayed. Yeah, solid counterattack here from MaxPax, delays the CC. Meanwhile, ByuN, he wants another probe. Can he get one? Up! Can he get a 3rd probe? Ooh. Reaper goes down, and he shouldn't. He should not get another probe, but he will. Okay, 3 probes. Gets 3 workers in the end. Meanwhile, the Cyclone will soon arrive to defend, but in the end, I do favor MaxPax in this position. Yes, MaxPax did lose 3 workers, but ByuN's CC is heavily delayed. Is delayed, has to get back into production. Oh, that's a second Cyclone. Hello. ByuN being a little bit cheeky here. Okay, second Cyclone's on the way. Did he see the tech? I believe he did. No, he did not. Okay. Didn't see the tech, so he's not fully aware what's going on, but he's following this up with a 1-1-1 Cyclone drop into a very fast 3rd CC. Greedy build here by ByuN. And you can see already the stark difference between how ByuN is approaching his opponents. Oh, as once again, another SCV goes down. Yeah, really rough setup here for ByuN. But we saw that against Geralt, he was very standard. Again, he never went for an all-in against Geralt. He was never hyper-aggressive. Like, he had a bit of a slower approach against Geralt. I mean, sure, he ran things up in game 3, but even then, he was never all-in. Here against MaxPax, he's doing a lot of twists and turns, right? Initial proxy racks, and now, really fast 3rd base. Now, this fast 3rd is necessary, or it's one of the ways to recover. Right now, ByuN is in a rough position. ByuN, his CC was heavily delayed. He's been losing some SCVs as well. Cyclone's out of position. Another SCV may fall as we shade into the main. But ByuN has been taking some losses, been taking some damage. So that 3rd CC is designed to try to help him recover. And maybe even get ahead. Meanwhile, drop into the main. Drops in. MaxPax does dive on the oh no, that does dive on the medevac, and he will get it. The medevac goes down. Oh god. Yeah, ByuN, he was a little bit too greedy there, and at last he did overextend, and ByuN is in a rough position. Now, the saving grace here for ByuN, the third base, right? That third CC is the one saving grace here that can bring him back in this game. But here comes MaxPax. He is moving out, is counterattacking. We do have a decent defensive setup here at the natural. The problem, though, is that MaxPax, you just ignore the natural and go straight to the main. You can just straight for the main base. The main base is exposed. And he's going for it. Ay, ay, ay. There's nothing here. He blinks in. He scouts a third TC. And ByuN can't stop this. He cannot stop this. He has no army. He has no cyclones. He has no tank in position. SCVs are going down. And this is critical damage. And from here, the MaxPax is doubling out control, takes down the Banshee, boys are being pulled, and ByuN has been torn apart. Again, ByuN, he had some cheeky opener, or he had a cheeky opener, he had a cheeky game here, but GG gets called, he gets punished left and right, and MaxPax takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, in the end, the proxy racks was not worth it. In the end, he was punished. He was incredibly delayed. His expansion was delayed. The drop play across map was shut down. And in the end, ByuN's greed got punished. Again, the reason why ByuN was so exposed in the main base, outside of all the early game damage, is also because he was rushing to a third CC. MaxPax had no idea, by the way. Like, he had no idea how greedy ByuN was being. He just, went across the map. He punished. He came across just the greed of ByuN. And with that, GG. GG, well played. MaxPax takes a lead, and now we're jumping into game number 2. Let's go. We're jumping to game 2. Game 2 is going to be on Pylon. Cool. And we'll see if ByuN can recover. As a reminder, this is a best of 5. This is a best of 5, so there's plenty of games ahead of us, plenty of opportunities to recover, to bounce back. Plenty of opportunities. And I want to believe that we can get into at least a game 4. Like, I'm hoping that we don't get a one-sided 3-0. I'm here for some StarCraft. Let's go. Kimch. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Storm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. Oh, it is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Shot Rebellion. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is ByuN. Go. And welcome on to Pylon. Pylon, of course, is one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Short rushes by ground. Aggression is favored here on Pylon, and we'll see how aggressive our players plan on being. I do favor ByuN if he were to go for a 2-base all-in, for example. He is yet to do so here tonight, but that does not mean he's incapable of doing so. Totally he is, 100%. And we'll see if he does meet those expectations. We'll see if he does deviate in a different way. Double gas. For the first time here in today's broadcast, double gas opener out of ByuN. That does mean a faster factory, delayed CC. This can lead into early tech labs, into early add-ons, into early tank production, can lead into Banshee play. We have options. ByuN has options with how he wants to open this up. But a much more tech-heavy start. Here, much more tech-heavy. From here we are selling in. There's that factory on the way. So far it's going to be Reaper first. Okay, Reaper first, no faster add-on. Not yet. There we go. So Reaper first, straight into the tech lab. I believe this is lined up to go for an add-on swap, so we can rush into early Cyclone, and then we can go straight into said starport. Okay. So again, ByuN's cooking. Let him cook, Piper, let him cook. Now we have the CC on the way. Again, that CC after the add-on, that CC after the factory. A later command center. And from here, we can go for a starport, and we can use this racks to make another add-on. Cyclone production has begun. Starport's on the way. And based on the position here, it looks like, yeah, the tech lab, sorry, the add-on is going to be in production here for the swap. Okay, reactor. Not tech lab. Reaper moves in. Does pick up one probe. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of MaxPax. Working towards Blink. Reaper does get away. And the Cyclone is revealed. Now it's going to be singular Cyclone into Widowmine into, I would imagine, Widowmine drop. Yeah, Widowmine drop is on the way. Now what I'm most curious by is what happens after this first medevac. Meanwhile, MaxPax playing safe. Robo on 2 bases. Does go for a much faster Robo. Is playing safe. Extra gateways are on the way. Expansion just now being taken for ByuN. Again, it's a later expansion out of our Terran. Here comes the drop, but again, right after this. Do we go for an add-on swap? Oh, no, never mind. Going for more Widow Mines. Okay. Extra Widow Mines. Not going for the tech lab. Oh, just now, I should say. And we'll see if MaxPax can keep up. When it comes to the Cyclone, it's back at home defensive. Defending against C-Depths. Ooh, what Depths they do shade in. They shade into the main. Marine's trying to keep up. One SCV goes down. He gets one, he gets two. Takes down 2 SCVs, but ByuN he will defend at the same time. Drop into the mineral line. MaxPax does pull away in time. Gets a Stalker. Ooh, but we'll lose that medevac. Yeah, that should not have happened. One of the Widow Mines will waddle away. I may have spoken too soon. Likewise being hunted down. And so far I would say a better defense for MaxPax. MaxPax he lost a Stalker, that's true, but he killed a medevac. Ooh, as a Cyclone wanders in. he just walks into the bases. Gets a couple probes. A couple. Is shut down. Yeah, shuts down the Cyclone. Prism moves out. And what do we have to defend? We have tanks. Okay, we have a tank in the main. We have a bunker on the low ground. The Marine count is a little bit low. MaxPax has potential. Does threaten the production. Gets an SCV. Trades against the Marines. Gets one. He gets two. 2 Marines go down. SCV as well. MaxPax claiming a third. And building up towards charge. So getting to a standard follow-up. Link into charge, followed by splash damage. Whether it's Colossus or Storm, yet to be determined. Both are viable. Both are available. Oh. I scan in the main. Spots the observer. MaxPax going for the dive. It does punish one of the tanks. Tank goes down. Nicely done. Takes down the tank, and from here can pull away. As ByuN, he was not quite in position to protect that tank. That was... yeah, he didn't lose a single Stalker. Got a tank, got 2 Marines. Better trades here for MaxPax, just containing ByuN. And as the tank count gets lower, that means that ByuN wouldn't have really a push available to him. He won't be able to counterattack. Is replacing that tank. Getting another tank up and running. Meanwhile, we have the answer to the splash damage. It's going to be Colossus, not Storm. Again, both are viable, both are options. Is going for the Colossus follow-up. And here comes ByuN's move out. He gets spotted. Gets a Stalker. Now, as ByuN moves out, Prism moves in. Charge is ready, and MaxPax is here to counterattack. He's here to punish. As there's not much of him to defend, SCVs are going down. ByuN is committed. He has to go. He has to go here and now. He has to try to end it. SCVs are falling. ByuN, he's expanding, getting a third CC on location. He's not all in. But he may as well be. GG gets called, he gets shut down, and MaxPax takes a 2-0 lead. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A really rough start there for ByuN. Again, the Widowmine drop got shut down. The Cyclone got shut down. Likewise, he lost a tank early on. His economy was delayed in favor of that aggression. Remember, he went for a late natural base, and it wasn't worth it. It was not worth it. ByuN got shut down early on, and it just snowballed into that win. GG. GG, well played. And again, as we mentioned, like ByuN, he's just, out of all the Korean Terrans, he's the one that's least willing to go for 2 base all-ins. He's least willing to be hyper committed, and with that, MaxPax had nothing to worry about. Sure, there was a push, but it wasn't too dedicated. He just shut it down ahead of time. GG. GG, well played. Now we're getting into game 3, and we'll see if ByuN can start to bring it back here. Can he pull off the comeback? Up next, ooh, Tokamak. Oh, good. Now, we spoke about Tokamak during the Geralt series, how this map does favor longer games, does favor more defensive styles. I do favor MaxPax coming into this. Now, if you remember, despite that, ByuN did defeat MaxPax. Sorry, he did defeat Geralt in that last game. He was able to catch Geralt off guard, as Geralt, he was struggling to scout the move out and scout the positioning of the army. But that was, I feel like, more of an exception, just because Geralt was playing blind. Just because he was unaware. But we'll see. Here we go. We're getting into game number 3. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss leading the series 2-0, representing Sidestorm Gaming. And 1 game away from making it to the grand finals, it is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Blue Terran player, the Blue Terran himself, the South Korean Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, down heavily in the series. We'll see if he can recover and make a series out of this. The pressure is on. It is ByuN. Here we go. But again, it was just a really shaky start there, right, from ByuN. The mine drop, the Cyclone follow-up, the Stalker counterattack. Like, it was just everything just falling apart there for ByuN. But we'll see if he can, again, tighten things up, bring it all together here in game 3. As I mentioned, it's going to be difficult for ByuN to be too aggressive on Tokamak, but not impossible. Not impossible. We'll see how our players will approach this. MaxPax does move out. Does move out, delaying the CC. It is going to be an economic open out of ByuN, so he's going Rax Expand, and already the CC is delayed. It is delayed by a couple of seconds. So a nice start for MaxPax, a little win. And likewise, MaxPax, he confirms that it was an economic start as well. So he knows he has nothing to worry about when it comes to early Cyclone or early Banshee, early Tech. Now, despite the economic opener, this can still lead into aggression, this can still lead into a 2-base all-in, but at least in the early game, MaxPax, he knows that he's safe and he can cut corners. There's that safety bunker on the way. ByuN ensuring that he does not get delayed, not this time, not with the natural. Reaper moves out, and the Adept is ready. Once again, Twilight Council opener out of MaxPax, working towards Blink. Trying to hunt down the Reaper. He will miss it, going across the map. He does have the second Adept as well. When he will find the Reaper. So MaxPax is keeping up. Behind this, ByuN going for a 1-1-1. He's going Reactor on the racks, no Tech Lab on the factory. So again, just a very, not very tech heavy, not very gas heavy, as we have limited gas income. So much lighter style here out of ByuN. The Adept does deny some mining, nothing major. And it does get away on 1 HP. Okay, let's go. Does slip away. Reaper into the middle line, gets 1 probe. Does get a worker. A bit of miscontrol there by MaxPax. Does target the plates. But the Reaper goes down. Does get a full scout. Does get a full scout. It gets eyes on the Twilight Council, the gateway. There's going to be a robe on the low ground. I believe that is spotted. Yeah, it was spotted by ByuN. So he's fully aware. He's fully aware what's going on. Behind this, going for a Raven. Oh, never mind. He does cancel the Raven. Starts up Cloak Banshee. This is a bold move, considering he did see the Robo. Like, this is really safe play out of MaxPax. Very safe. Going for the Robo before expanding with this can make the Observer, so he does have detection. It is still possible to find damage, but this won't end the game, or at least it shouldn't. As ByuN is building up. It's building up. Behind this, Max is going for the Forge. This should lead into +1 in charge. Again, it's a very standard follow-up here, just going Blink into charge into Colossus or Storm. There's that charge on the way. Stalkers, they blink into the middle line. They get an SCV. They get 1. They get 2. Tank, yeah, just now getting in position. 4 SCV kills. Brutal damage. You know, the Banshee does get across the map. The Banshee yet to be confirmed. Observer goes down. MaxPax, did he spot it? Observer's on the way. He didn't see the research. The cloak is done. Banshees, they back off. They're meeting up with each other. Bearing in mind the 2 Banshees, they can one-shot probes, and there are currently 2 Observers. There's 1 in the main, there's 1 with the main. Yeah, he knows. Yeah, the Observers are split intentionally to defend against Banshees. They're at the main bases. And behind us, going for a massive gateway explosion. He's laying his splash damage quite a bit, which is fine. Like, this is just a bit of a safer way to approach this, and yep, it's going to be charge into Bay, into Colossus. Basically, the reason why you would delay your splash damage and why you go for a very heavy gateway style here, if ByuN pushed out on 2 bases with tanks, then he would be completely shut down and swallowed up by the mass charge lots. Speaking of pushing on 2 bases, he does have a 5-rack setup, no reactors here, no add-ons on the low ground. This looks like a 2-base all-in. This screams 2-base all-in. And we're waiting for the upgrades. Once Stim finishes, ByuN can pull the trigger. So go +1, Stim, combat shields, here comes the mass on siege, here comes the push. I will see if ByuN pulls the boys. See if he pulls the boys with this. Stalkers here to spot this. We'll pull away. As ByuN moves out, Zelsa will hit the natural. Doesn't pull the boys, but the boys are going to go down regardless. Jenny pulls back. Pulls back home. This will delay. So ByuN is delayed as Zelsa busts into the main. ByuN still trying to push out. And all that MaxPax needs are Zealots. He just needs Zealots back at home. Banshees have to hit the middle lines. Cannons are in position. Cannons are ready. ByuN, he backs off. He knows he cannot break through. Banshee goes down. Oh, God. MaxPax, he shuts down the Banshees. They do 0 damage. And ByuN is all in. ByuN is all in. He has to do something across the map. Oh, no, the tanks. Tanks are exposed. Army dives in, gets 1. Gets the medevacs as well. And takes out both tanks. Yeah, both tanks go down. The tanks, they do nothing. Colossus has arrived. And ByuN, he's running out of steam here. He's running out of steam, running out of army. He does them forward. Let's go. Takes out the Stalkers. Doesn't get the Colossus though. And there's nothing behind this. There's no third CC. There's no third CC. There's no expansion. There's no economy. Like this was it for ByuN. GG gets told the all-in fails, and MaxPax, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. So GG. GG, well played, MaxPax. He will claim the series. A strong performance here out of our Danish Protoss. Congratulations. Congratulations here, as that leads us into our next series. That leads us into our grand finals. Let's go. Let us go. My goat is washed? Oh, don't be a clown. What do you mean? If you're maybe a little bit unfamiliar with some of the players, MaxPax, he is the best Protoss, or maybe second best Protoss in Europe. Second best only to Clem. Kappa. And MaxPax, he was favored in that series. ByuN, he did have a bit of a harder time being aggressive and getting active on the map. MaxPax was just all over ByuN, both in game 1, game 2, and in game 3. And with that, MaxPax does take it. GG. GG, well played. Does claim the series, and now let's catch up on the bracket. From here, MaxPax does advance on to the grand finals. Oh, and I believe the upper semis already concluded. Oh. Let's double check here. It is not updated on the bracket, unfortunately. Never mind. So Clem and Astrea, they're currently in game 2. They're currently in game 2, which means we will be able to jump in mid-series. Okay. So we can get into game number 3, depending on, regardless of how that turns out. Clem versus Astrea. Here we go. As Clem is up 1-0. He's currently up 1-0. Beautiful. And they're in game 2. It looks like Clem is, I was going to say has a lead. It's still quite close between the two players. Ooh, Clem's been losing bases. Okay. So best of luck to Clem and Astrea. They're currently in the second game, and regardless of how that turns out, we will jump into game number 3, and then follow that into the grand finals against MaxPax. Whether it's Astrea or Clem, yet to be determined. Yet to be determined. But we are nearing the tail end of the broadcast. We have 2 series left. 2 series to go. Upper semis, and then the grand finals. Yo, my goat, don't ever lose. Oh no. True. Astrea 007. Kappa. Copium. But yes, for now, yeah, as Megawax said, as we mentioned, yep, Clem is up 1-0, so we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we will be jumping in mid-series into Clem and Astrea. Jumping in. Until then, take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and we'll see you guys soon after the break. We'll see you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the upper semifinals here of the PiGosaur Cup number 36. We have returned with our best of 5. We are jumping in mid-series. We missed out on game 1 and game 2 as they were happening concurrently with our own matches. We're here for the finale. And hopefully we get some more games where the pressure is on, because spawning in the right-hand corner of torches, we have the French Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing himself, currently teamless. Down in the series, we'll see him bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. The pressure is on. It is Astrea. Here we go. So we jump into our PVT, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Right now, of course, the prediction is mid-series, and Clem is 1 game away from winning. But if you're in the chat, do you believe in the comeback? Do you believe in Max Angel to take a game 3, game 4, and then game 5? That'd be crazy. There's a chance. I want to believe, Bobby, at least 4 more games. I want to believe that we can get into at least a game 4. Maybe the ace match as well. Gibbs, Bobby, Gibbs. I'm just greedy. I just want some more games. It's true. Just want some more matches. Here we go. Here we go. To settle in. Double gas. Oh, double gas opener. So it's a double gas here by Clem, going for a faster factory, going for a more aggressive start. And I should start things off, of course. Welcome one and all to Torches. Torches is the second most viewed map in the map pool. Very rarely seen, but hey, in a best of 5. In a best of 5, we get to experience some of these otherwise unseen maps. This map, as the probe is sniped in the main. But this map is short rushes by air, short rushes by ground, exposed third bases, and a very open center as well, where you can engage. We often see all-ins. We rarely see long late game here. I think we've ever seen the late game actually on Torches. We've seen some mid-game play with like 4 base versus 4 base, but very rarely the late game, or never actually, I should say. I should emphasize, not yet. And we do expect aggression. We do expect all-ins. We expect to see Clem getting in the face of Astrea. Here's what we expect. We'll see if we get there. Meanwhile, shout out to our Flapjack in the chat. Baby guys, that Flapjack 007 as well. Mega whack, bienvenidos. Good to see you all. As we are getting into game numero 3. Stargate. Okay, bold move. Stargate opener out of Astrea. We have spoken about this in the past. Stargate openers are a rare sight nowadays in the current meta. Against all-ins, Stargate play often hinders you, often hurts you, doesn't really help you against defending against all-ins. But because we do have a short resistance by air, it does mean that Oracle harassment and Oracle aggression hits faster on this map. So this is a risky move. This is a bold move here out of Astrea. We'll see if we can get away with it. We'll see if he can get away. Oh, Phoenix, not Oracle. Okay, so Phoenix opener out of Astrea. This is going to be designed to shut down early game move outs, like early initial like Cyclone pressure and Widowmine drops as well. Speaking of, does spot the Widowmine. Medevac is on the way. The drop is going to be coming, and specifically against this early drop, Phoenixes can help shut this down. Let's go. As Phoenixes, they're building up back at home. Ideally, you don't want to engage at a time. You want to wait for Clem to actually boost into your bases, and then you reveal your Phoenixes, and then you secure a kill on the medevac. Behind this Banshee play. Okay, this is ideal for Astrea. Clem working towards Banshees. Clem going for the pylon. Will preserve that Widowmine. Pylon goes down. Astrea moving in. Here come the Phoenixes. Does go for the lift. Does take down the initial Widowmine. Not bad. Widowmine goes down. And Clem has to get the hell out of here. Behind this cancels. Yeah, he cancels the Banshee. Starts up a Viking. Thankfully did not commit to the Banshee. Otherwise that would have been disastrous for Clem. But he reacts. He responds. And Astrea, he cuts Phoenix production. This I like. How many Phoenixes? 3. 3 Phoenixes, then bam, into the infestation, straight into the Twilight Council, actually making another Phoenix. Does dive in. Remember, it was an early tank, no Cyclone. Late Cyclone here to Clem because he was unaware of the tech of choice. Clem's lack of scouting is hurting him. It is hurting him here. So no Cyclone. Cyclone just now begins. Phoenix is rotating towards the natural, and I would say this is a strong start for Astrea. Strong start. If Clem had scattered ahead of time, he could have shut this down, but again, he was unaware. Clem was unaware. We have charge on the way, getting into a forge, getting to +1, getting to a third base. Astrea right now, he just has to wait and buy time for charge. Gateway explosions coming. He needs those zealots. He needs those charge lots. And now Astrea on patrol, ensuring that there is no drop play. Ensuring that Clem is contained. And you see what I see? I see another pair of racks here. 5 racks set up, no third TC. Depending on whether or not we get add-ons, we'll see if we just commit into a 2-base all-in. We'll see if we double down. As for now, we're working towards that sim timing stim, combat shields +1. This move out is still going to hit like a truck, but ideally Astrea is going to be ready for it with mass zealot. Ideally. Needs a little bit more time. And again, the Stargate opener was successful, as it went unscouted. Oh, let's go, healing of his phoenixes, making use of the healing pad. Astrea. Ay, ay, ay. Let's go, baby, let's go. And here comes the unsiege, here comes the push. And again, this is lined up with stim and with combat shields. It's all or nothing for Clem, and Clem, he does not get add-ons. We commit. And Clem, he does pull the boys. Yeah, so 2-base all in, the boys are being pulled. And this is going to be a clutch hold here for Astrea. Can he shut this down? Can he surround the army? As he can maybe pick up some Widow Mines. He does spot the SCVs. Not going to be easy. Coming in from behind, coming in for the flank. But the boys are here to protect. They hit a buffer. Zealot collapses in. Tanks do siege. Late siege here from Clem. Tanks are lifted. Zealot collapse in, and it looks like Astrea, he has enough. It looks like it's going to be close. Oh, it's going to be very close. Tanks, they get a couple of volleys off. Tanks, they finally go down. And Clem, he's running out of steam, but he still has Marines, just pure Marine left over. He has enough. He has enough. Tanks may have gone down. Widow Mines may have gone down, but he still has man with gun, and that's what matters. Yeah, he stims and he wins. He breaks into the natural. Astrea, he barely didn't have enough. Ooh, mine shot's going up. Another mine shot as well. Natural is killed. Everything gets depowered. Again, the boys did a great job tanking. Astrea trying to catch reinforcements. Oh, nice force field, slowing down the push. Clem backing off, rotating over towards the third instead. There's a recall. Does recall the army over. No shield batteries. And does come in for the surround. Not bad. Saves the third. That's right, he saves the third base. And Clem, he's stuck on 24 SCVs. He does not have enough. He has to end the game now. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Astrea. Astrea, he lost the base, that's true, but Clem doesn't have a base. Doesn't have the expansion, but he still has Mass Marine. It's still very close, still very clutch. Clem is up 20 army supply. He does have that supply lead. Astrea trying to hold on with Mass Zealot. Does have one force field. Mine shot going up. It may be worth pulling the boys for a second time. I know there's not much at home to pull, but it may be worth it here just because, again, Clem, he can't macro. Like, he cannot macro out of this. East goes down. He's down to one Widow Mine. Dropping into the main. Okay. Does drop in. Distracting Astrea. Does cause a distraction. Picks off a couple of Zealots. Nice positioning. Zealots, they just kind of move in. Yeah, not like this. And Clem, he's going for the third. Astrea, he's not where he needs to be. Astrea. The third base is exposed. Mine shots, they pop off. And the base is going to go down. Ay, ay, ay. Takes down the third. Astrea, he was distracted. He was pulled apart. No, like this. He got baited into the main. And Clem, he's done it. At this one, he has it. It was close. It was close. It was clutch. But this one, he has done it. GG gets called. And Clem, he will take the series 3-0. He will advance on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very close final game here. Again, Astrea, he almost pulled it off. He had the greater economy. He was up on bases. He had the army to defend, but he overreacted. He did overreact to the drop into the main. Likewise, the SimCity was working against Astrea. That SimCity was brutal. There was like a one hex kind of line to try to engage into those Marines. And yeah, again, Astrea, he just got distracted. He pulled too much to respond. He lost everything at the third. He was exposed. He was caught with his pants down. And GG. Clem, he pulls it off. He does claim the series, does advance on to the finals. Congratulations. Congratulations here to Clem. And now we have the grand finals ready for us. It is going to be a best of 5 between Clem and MaxPax. Here we go. Yo, what is it? January? I'll be honest, I feel like it's been a while since we've seen Clem and MaxPax in the finals. In any open, I mean, I guess maybe in like the Monday Night Weeklies. Maybe they're a little bit more often. But yeah, I feel like it's been at least a couple of months. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. This is a dynamic that I haven't seen in quite some time. Oh. Here we go. Let's have a look. We'll go from tournament to tournament. So, PiGosaur Cup. Clem and MaxPax. So, the last time we had Clem versus MaxPax was back in April. So, it's been 2 months. It's been 2 months since we've seen these two face off in PiGosaur Cup. What about Woody TV Monday? Woody TV Monday. Curious if it also lines up with 2 months. Let's see. Clem here, Clem MaxPax. Back in March. Oh, even longer. So it's been 3 months. It's been 3 months since I've seen them play in Woody TV Monday. And just for fun, we'll check Monday Night Weekly, which I think is a higher chance that they faced off in the European Weekly. Yeah. This week. Well, last night. But before last night, let's have a look here. Last night doesn't count. It counts as today. Clem and MaxPax in the finals back in March. Yeah. So the last time we've seen these two in the finals of an online weekly tournament was back in March for some of these weeklies, back in April for some of the others as well. So it's been a couple of months. Like, it's been 2 to 3 months. Oh, my intuition is there, baby. We cast too much StarCraft. We know when we haven't seen them in a long time. So yeah, even though last year there was a reputation that, like, oh, online tournament, it means that Clem and MaxPax, they play all the time. That's not the case. Like, Clem and MaxPax, they haven't played in an online weekly finals since, again, like, either April for some of these tournaments or March for some of the others. Until now, until today. So it's been a long time, and now they face off once again. After months of being spent apart. And now they can embrace, it's been years, papi, it's been years. Oh. Always a crazy game. Yeah, it's just been a long time. It's just been a long time since we've seen them against each other. It's been months. Also, I should give context. The reason why it's been months is because of all the offline tournaments, right? It's been a big part of it is because of DreamHack Dallas, EWC, Star Zagora, GSL. Like, there's been a lot of tournaments ongoing, but also not just that. Also, there has been a lot more competition. Like, it's been a little bit rarer, or I should say, it's been more common to see either Clem or MaxPax taken out earlier on by players like Classic or Hero or ByuN or Cure. Like, it's been a lot more competitive as of late. I think there was, like, maybe a period in time where if Clem and MaxPax signed up for a tournament, it was almost a sure thing that they would play in the finals. Nowadays, that's less the case. Less the case. Here we go. Casting from the pimp robe. This man live VIP. Oh no. Look, it's cold today, but I mean, I say it's cold today. It's winter here in Australia. It's winter. It is winter. So it's been quite cold as of late. So I gotta whip out the robe, pappy. Oh my god. No undershirt though. What kind of animal wears an undershirt though? Ah. It's oh no. You're all animals. But Vita's underway. Game 1 is gonna be on Ultra Love. Let's go. Refuse to cover his chest. It could be snowing outside, pappy. And I will refuse to cover up the chest. Ah. It's just uncomfortable. Like, what's like... Ah. It's like being chained up. Not like this. As, it looks like... Oh, we have all of our casters. We have all of our casters. We have all of our players. We're good to go. Good to go. Already chained to the game. I am. There's no leaving. Not StarCraft. No. So here we go. You can hear the beeps. We are loading into the first game of the series. Loading into game number 1. Let's go. But yes, I'm probably going to be wearing this robe for the next couple of weeks. For the other casts, most likely. And nothing but the robe. Ah. So getting into the great finals. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the French Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming from the land of Denmark. It is MaxPax. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our TVP. And this is going to be an interesting one. Again, we were just going over the stats here. And coming into this, I would have favored Clem, right? I would favor Clem here 100% against MaxPax at least 3 months ago when they were playing. But as we mentioned, we haven't seen these two play in months. It's been months since they've competed against each other, so I don't really know how to judge them at the moment. Again, 3 months ago, I would favor Clem. Now, we'll see. Nowadays, we'll see. We'll see the state of play of MaxPax as well, and how he compares to Clem. For now, double gas. Double gas opener out of our Terran player. Double gas into a faster factory. Into a more tech-heavy start. Likewise, Joey. Shout out to Tater Tooth and chat. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving us up to the community. Oh my god. Thank you so much. And a Flipper Flapjack as well. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. For the gifted subs. Thank you. Thank you. Gracias, papi. Gracias. As we are settling in. I give this up to X Kanabi and to Tater Tutor. There you go. Let's go. Now, when it comes to our double gas opener, this can lead into an early tech lab. This can lead into Reactor Reaper Hellion. Reactor on the way on the racks, but it's going to be Reaper first. This can lead into Marine production, then into a tech lab, into Cyclone, into drop play. We'll keep an eye on Clem. Likewise, MaxPax back at home, going for a standard opener himself, opening up Adept. Ideally, with this Adept, we're able to deflect the first Reaper and then counterattack, and we can follow this up with a second Adept as well. We saw this earlier against ByuN. Did this earlier, just a way to defend and to get across the map, to harass and ideally delay the CC. Reaper moves in, second Adept is seconds away. Oh, First probe is under fire. Nice control. Pulls away the workers. MaxPax holds. MaxPax, he does hold on. Back at home, we do have our 1-1-1 setup. We were curious if it was going to be the Tech Lab, and yep, there it is. So Tech Lab on the factory. It is going to be Reactive Marine, not Reaper. And working towards what should be early. Oh, oh my god. It's been a while. We're going for a tank drop. So a very aggressive build here by Clem. This is a rare sight, but we have seen this quite a bit on Ultra Love. The goal here is to rush into a tank, rush into a medevac, rush across the map, and try to break the wall and break the setup here. Let's go. So a hyper aggression from Clem, and we'll see if MaxPax can piece it all together. For the time being, he's unaware. He saw the starport, but that's not too much of a tell. He is going for a robo on 2 bases. We saw this against ByuN. Again, just really safe play, going for the robo and delaying the third. Delay the third base, get faster tech, faster robo, blink is on the way, extra gateways, getting up to a 3-gate blink setup. This is a safe setup here by MaxPax. But MaxPax, he's still in the dark. Shades in. Does shade in. Does get eyes on the add-on swap. He's now aware that there should be a cyclone, but it's not in the main. It's not in the main base. It should be across the map. He's getting ready back at home. He knows that something is coming. Whether it's cyclone drop or tank drop, yet to be determined from MaxPax. Tank getting behind the mineral line. This is within range of that patch, so he can kill a probe. Kills 2 workers, denies mining, and now going for the gateway. So again, this is just a really annoying position because you can hit the mineral line from this wall or from across the cliff. Kills 3 probes and picks up and gets away. Doesn't overstay his welcome. Kills 3 workers. Denies mining time. Nice start. Assuming he gets away. Oh my god. Assuming he does get away, blink is done, and the medevac is trapped. Medevac is going to be trapped here. Again, blink finishing up just in time. Clem, he will save his units, at least for now, but can he break them out? Behind this, add-on swap into Banshee. Ooh, okay. No cloak, not yet, but going for Banshees nonetheless. MaxPax, he moves out across the map. How many blink, or how many gateways? 3. So 3-gate blink out of MaxPax. Does make his way towards the main. Back at home, remember, we're down a tank because we have 1 across the map. It's going to be a tough hold. Yep, dives into the main base. There's nothing to defend. The tank is exposed. And SCVs are being targeted. Gets 1, 2, 3 SCVs, but Clem, he will survive. But they're behind the mineral line. Oh. Does throw in the shade. Banshee is going to get shut down. Nice defense here by MaxPax. Kills the Banshee. Clem did overextend. I would say now a better position for MaxPax. Hits the middle line, gets 1, gets 2 SCVs. Likewise, oh, does actually break out. So, no! One more shot! Oh my god, shot goes off, tank goes out, and suddenly this opener, this build from Clem is not worth it. It's not been worth it. He will lose the Banshee, he will lose the tank, lose the medevac as well, lose everything. And yes, he killed some workers early on, but not worth that trade. MaxPax, map control. He has map control. He has momentum. MaxPax in a stronger position, and Clem is hurting. Clem is hurting here. Behind this, securing himself on 2 bases. He can turn this into a 2-base all-in, and I feel like he has to. Because he's so far behind, because he's lost so much, a 2-base all-in will make the most sense to pull the boys, and he can still pull this off. Like Clem, he can still threaten MaxPax. And MaxPax now taking up, working towards charge, +1, gateway explosion. We spoke about this as a standard, to go for all these gateways, to go for charge before any splash damage. This is the go-to. Banshee moves out. Clem, he expands. Ooh, that I was not expecting. Third TC on the way. Clem is going to try to macro out of this, but again, this is a rough decision here. A rough choice to make. So he's not going to go for an all-in. And Clem is going to be behind. From here, he's going to be behind. The pressure's on. There's a shield battery at the third. Army's in position. Banshee pokes in, doesn't get any damage done. And all that MaxPax has to do is just slow down the push. Just chill, maintain map control, get a 4th base up and running. Now he's taking up into Colossus. So again, it's going to be blink into charge into Colossus, not Storm. Clem, he attempts to move out, waiting for his upgrades. He's got 2 more maxes behind this after the 3rd CC. Does scan the observer. And you can see here that as the army pushes out, MaxPax, he's ready for the counterattack. He's ready for the drop. What he does engage, picks up some Marines, picks up the Widow Mine. Nice start from MaxPax. Does pull away. Once again, another force field. Yeah, tanks are trying to siege. Immortal goes down. Zelce can start to move in. Coming in for a flank. He wants those tanks. He wants them, and he's going to get them. Yeah, the Mavericks are too far out. Zelce just swarm in. The swarm toss has arrived. Tanks get the hell out of here. Ooh, does pull away. Oh my god. Does break out. Tanks are still exposed. Mine shot's about to go up. Some okay connections. But 2 tanks still go down. And remember, MaxPax isn't all in. MaxPax, he's just chilling. He's chilling, he's expanding. It's Clem that was committed, and he will lose almost everything. Clem plummets in supply. MaxPax, he successfully does deny the push. Now jumping in towards the main. Oh, Vikings in position. Nicely done. They do zone. Marines, they try to collapse in. Zelce coming from behind. They go for the tank. The tank goes down. And MaxPax, it looks like he may have just... I say that. Oh, Colossus falls. Okay, picks up the Colossus. Clem, he's holding. Clem, he's holding on. Takes out all the Zealots. Clem, he does survive. Ooh, and the instant counterattack. I do like this. Again, there's so much pressure on Clem. He's down 20 workers. He has to do something across the map. He has to get something done. MaxPax taking a 5th base. He's at the 4th, but he's not at the 3rd. He's not at the 3rd base. He is exposed. He's vulnerable. Clem sims in, forces a recall. Probe's going to be going down. And nice drop here by Clem. Here's a nice drop. Oh. Medevac goes down. Clem, he can still pull this off. He's still being active. Bearing in mind that MaxPax did lose a Colossus earlier. Down to 2. Down to 2 Colossus. And only 2 Vikings. And Clem, he cannot break this army. Not yet. Has to pull away. But again, thanks to the drop across the map, like Clem, he's still in this game. He's still behind. Don't get me wrong. Like, he's still behind. He's still lacking any kind of map control. So there's still a lot of pressure on Clem to get some more damage. But he's in this. He's in this game. MaxPax claiming his 5th. Ghost production underway. Building up more Vikings. Clem, he's getting there. We know MaxPax, he does take extra gases for what? For a 2nd robo. 2nd robo, more Colossus, more disruptors. Colossus wiping away at the army. Vikings, they try to engage. They're being targeted down. Down to 4 Vikings. Down to 3. Oh, down to 2. Yeah, down to 2. GG gets called. Clem, he cannot survive this. And MaxPax, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Just a really rough start here by Clem. Everything just fell on its face. The Banshees weren't worth it. The tank drop wasn't worth it. The push, the breakout across the map got punished as well. Like, it was just a really, really rough game there for Clem. Clem, he did have that 1 drop across the map that allowed him to try to sustain himself, but he didn't recover. He was unable to recover. He was unable to bounce back. MaxPax from there just went for the kill. GG. GG, well played. And with that, MaxPax does take the first game. And we'll see if Clem can have a bit of a tighter early game. Again, like, it was just a really rough start from the get-go. He fell behind, but a lot of it came down to the build of choice, came down to the tank drop, and to the follow-up Banshees. So we'll see how Clem will adjust his build and what he brings to the table coming into late lines. Let's go. Let us go. As we have some very impressive early game defense from MaxPax. Of course, I don't want to take away from that. MaxPax had just really strong early game defense. Did punish Clem. And now we're loading into ley lines. Loading into ley lines. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss player himself. We have the Danish Protoss leading the series 1-0. Representing Sidestorm Gaming, it is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran player himself representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Go. I think S2 has a slight paradox in right now in TvP where Terran has solo options and Protoss goes blink to defense as counter. I would probably disagree with that. If you've been watching specifically a lot of the Korean Protoss players, they have been mixing up their openers. We do see, I mean, saying like blink to defend is very vague. There's a lot of variations of blink play, like 2-gate blink, 3-gate blink, 4-gate blink stalker. Likewise, you're going to blink into extra gas into a faster robo. We have seen a lot of robo openers as well. If you recall, we had Astrea opening up Stargate last game, which is niche. True, that is more of a niche build. But we have seen Hero messing around with a lot of charge-based openers in recent times. So I would say that openers have also been influxed as of late. Famously as well, who am I thinking of? Astrea, right? Astrea, last week in TvP, he was playing around a lot. Not just Astrea, the Polish Protoss players with early Storm. So instead of going blink into Colossus, they would go blink into Storm. And they would go Storm on 2 bases. So there has been a lot of variation. But what I will say is that there hasn't been a lot of variation from MaxPax. But that's what he's known for. Like MaxPax, he's a very stiff player. I think that's maybe the best way of putting it. He's not the most flexible. I think obviously PvP is like the biggest example of that, but typically like if MaxPax finds like a style that he likes, like he just commits to it. Like he doesn't deviate as much as other players. That's like one of the big differences between MaxPax and Hero, right? Like MaxPax is like very stiff and he's not really one to like branch out too much. Meanwhile, you could argue that Hero branches out too much, right? Like but like they're two side like the two opposite ends of the spectrum, right? Like Hero and MaxPax. So I will say that I would not expect to see much changes here from MaxPax in this series, but we'll see. For now, Twilight Council opener in towards blink. Gateways are on the way. Edis moving out. Oh, right. I was a little bit distracted. Double gas opener once again here from Clem, going for a later command center. And he does open up Reaper Hellion instead. Ooh, bold move. Okay. So Adepts, they do collapse in. They take down the first. Oh, can they get the first one? They cannot. Hellion does survive. Now with Reaper Hellion as an opener, the goal here is to get economic damage. The goal here is to bust into the bases. But MaxPax, he just scattered. He just saw the opener. He just saw the production, and we're walling up. We're just fully walling up here. This is the correct decision here from MaxPax. Just fully walling off the natural to make sure this does not get damage done. So he does fully wall. Stalkers in the main. Reapers are going to be deflected. I say that he commits in. He does commit into the main. And we'll see how many probes go down. So far getting 1, getting 2. 2 probe kills, gets a full scouts. But in the end, Max actually will hold, losing a 3rd probe actually. Okay. 3 probe kills. Hellions, they are deflected. MaxPax does hold, but does cost him a couple of workers. And behind this, Clem is switching things up, going into a more bio-heavy style. 2nd rack's already on the way. Tech labs are finishing up. Because he did see the Twilight Council, we should be seeing tank production. There we go. Tanks are on the way. And we'll see if we go Raven or Banshee. Initial Mind Drop. Is going for a Raven Harass. Mind Drop towards the natural. MaxPax does pull away. Mind Drop into the main. MaxPax likewise does react in time. Hellion's looking for an opening, but MaxPax sees in position. Ooh, gets 3 probes. Not bad. 3 probes go down. Hellions, they do not get in. Yeah, a little bit greedy there from Clem. And MaxPax holds. All in all, he will lose 6 probes. 6 probes for 2 Hellions, 3 Reapers, and 1 Widowmine. I would say this has been so far a better trade for Clem. So it does get a decent chunk of workers, and behind this is doubling down, or is settling down and hunkering down, getting to tank production. So tanks are building up. Now we'll keep an eye on the production here to see if Clem does go for a 2-base all-in. We'll keep an eye on his Raxes. We'll see how committed he's going to be. At the same time, MaxPax has the opportunity to try to punish and break Clem. But so far, 2 tanks. Yeah, 2 tanks in the main. Clem is secure. Likewise, 2 bunkers at the natural. Blinks in. You're going for the tanks. It does dive forward, and it looks like he... Oh god, the tank boys are brutal. The tank boys are insane. Does get both tanks, but at a cost. Still gets the tanks, though. Going for the warp in, he commits. Wow, MaxPax, he commits. He breaks through the tank line. He doubles down. And he may have just done it. He may have just broken Clem. Remember, these Marines, they're vanilla Marines. No stim. No stim. More Marines are falling. Backup tank has arrived. Whew, and Clem, he holds, but losing 11 SCVs in the bunkers. They're empty. Snipes a medevac. And MaxPax just pulling Clem apart. 11 SCV kills at the same time. Oh my god, no reaction. Wow, no reaction. 8 probe kills. MaxPax, he was not paying attention. He was distracted. That's 8 workers for 1 turret, for 2 turrets. Oh. So we're getting a little bit messy. We're getting very messy here. Yeah, not Ronaldinho. No. As both players are hurting. Again, that was 14 probe kills for 13 SCVs. So almost an even economic trade. But the big difference here, tanks. Right, he was able to snipe 2 tanks, so tanks had to be rebuilt. That is going to slow down Clem. Raven into the natural. Ooh, is shut down. MaxPax, he holds. Shuts down the Raven. Behind this, going into a Forge, +1 charge into Gateway Explosion into delayed splash damage. So once again, going for the standard response. The standard follow-up into the mid-game. Again, the purpose here is that if Clem pushes on 2 bases, there's going to be a sea of Zealots waiting. So we're just working on those on that charge. Intentionally delaying splash damage is intentional. And Clem, 3rd CC. 3rd CC is on the way. He's not going for an all-in. And he's stuck at home. Clem, he's stuck at home. He's contained. From here, MaxPax, you can freely take a 4th. Get a 4th base, get a 5th base, max out, or macro up. Clem is in a really rough position. It's going to be on Clem to just turtle, slowly expand. And then break out on 3 bases. Gets the observer. Likewise, Clem coming from behind. Let's go. Trying to bait out the blink. There it is. Dare baits it out. It catches every single stalker, or at least most of them. 2, 3, 4 stalkers going down. A very nice bait. Very nice catch here from Clem. Catching out, what, 6 stalkers. And MaxPax caught with his pants down. And Clem, he breaks out. He just breaks out. He sends it across the... Oh, doesn't quite send it across the map. Prism into the main. Clem, he turns back around. This Prism buying a lot of time, but right now MaxPax is vulnerable. MaxPax is exposed. Again, losing all those stalkers was brutal. That should not have happened. Prism goes down. That means no threat of a counterattack, and Clem can push. Clem, he can now send everything across the map. There's no Prism, and there's barely any stalkers. Again, this is it. There's just 4 stalkers remaining. Clem, he should not be here. Has to pull away. Waiting for his army. The rest of the army has arrived. Catching up the Zealots. Clem going for a split push. And again, Clem, he's in this game. Ooh, we'll lose a full medevac. Oh, less than ideal. We can see MaxPax is now ready with the Colossus. But doesn't have much support. Doesn't have many Stalkers. Viking getting free damage. We spoke about it. Again, losing all the Stalkers means there's no anti-air. The one hero Viking going to town. Just going to town with the Colossus. Without another Stalker falls. Once again, still limited anti-air. Colossus goes down. And Clem, it looks like he's done it. He's broken the third, or broken this fourth. As there's just not enough here to defend. Clem's still just rallying everything across him. He knows he has momentum. He knows he's so close to breaking MaxPax. And he will. And he will do so. The base goes down. Now we have reinforcements coming in. But again, there's just barely an army here. He wants the Colossus. He gets it. Colossus goes down as well. GG gets called. And Clem ties up the series 1-1. We have a back and forth. GG. GG, well played. Again, MaxPax, I would say, had a stronger start to the game, but we saw the momentum swing heavily in favor of Clem when he broke out. When he was able to sneak out behind the army, he baited the blink, he collapsed, and he killed, what was it, 8 Stalkers. Not just that, he also killed the War Prism as well. If the Prism wasn't killed, then there would always be a reason for Clem to keep some army at home to defend because of the threat of a run by or a counterattack. But the Prism also got sniped. Like, everything just went wrong for MaxPax real fast and real quick. And with that, Clem snowballed into a win. GG. GG, well played. With that, Clem does tie things up, and we are going to game number 3. Let's go. Here we go. Here are much more relatable. I mean, it's different kinds of players for different kinds of people. Like, I think it's a good thing. It's a good thing that we have, like, that kind of dynamic. We had that, and I guess we kind of have that for Zerg as well. I was gonna say we had that between Serral and Dark, where Serral, he was also less so nowadays, but for the most part, like, very macro oriented, very standard in his play. And you'd have Dark, who would often go all in and often have like varying builds and varying styles. So we had that kind of dynamic as well between Dark and Serral, similar to Hero and MaxPax. I would say that in the absence of Dark, there isn't really much of an equivalence. You can kind of say Raynor a little bit. Like, Raynor, he is more chaotic compared to Serral. True, he is. But not as much as Dark. But here we go. We're now getting to our next game. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Torches, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Psystorm Gaming. Being forced into a tied series. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is MaxPax. We go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran. We have the French Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. We go. We'll start with the Death of the Observer. I mean, sure, I guess you could argue that, like, MaxPax, he failed to confirm the drop moving out. So whether it was an Observer or whether there would have been a unit in position to scout, whether it's Hallucination or Stalker towards the left-hand side, like, he just didn't have anything to get an eye on the drop moving out towards a flank. So sure, you can make that argument. As Clem moves in for the eBay block. Let's go. Does move in with the block. And with that, he will delay the expansion. With that, late scout out of MaxPax going to be forced to expand elsewhere. So far, I would say, for the first time in a long time, a better opener for Clem. He's had a better opener. With that, MaxPax, he will expand. Oh, this is a brutal base to take, by the way. Welcome to Torches. Torches, it has a short rushes by air, short rushes by ground, and very exposed third locations. Whether it's the triangular third, whether it's the low ground third as well. It is just so out in the open here and so vulnerable to surrounds, to flanks. And we'll see if MaxPax can maintain this base. Meanwhile, I would not be opposed to Clem turning this into a 2-base all-in. But now he's going for a factory before CC. Factory before expand. Likewise, rushing into our first tech lab. No Hellion. Tech lab is on the way. Stargate open out of MaxPax. This is a little more common here, so I should reiterate as well. The reason why we see a Stargate opener as a response to this initial unnatural natural, which Clem could just read and he could just perceive from here on forward, is because to defend against this, it's so difficult with Blink Stalker. It's so difficult with a gateway composition, just because you have to rotate back and forth between your main base and between your natural, which is again so far out in the open. Meanwhile, Oracle Defense doesn't care about that. Oracle Defense doesn't care about the terrain. It's a lot easier to rotate back and forth between your two bases with Oracles, assuming that we open Oracle. Likewise, rush distance by air is quite short. We saw that Astrea also went Phoenix on this map, and there it is. Phoenixes are on the way. This is very similar to how Astrea approached Clem in their series on Torches. True. Meanwhile, that's a second Rax before Starport. Uh-oh. A couple of things here. One, Clem is already pushing out with a handful of Marines and with the Cyclone. Behind this, going for a second Rax and a third Rax, 2-base all-in. He's going for it. He's going for a 2-base all-in. Heavy delay on the Starport to prioritize his Marines, Stim, and just Marine production. Does move out. He does threaten the third, but he shouldn't commit. Right? He's just poking, just prodding, just keeping MaxPax's attention here at the expansion. And ideally, he wants to make sure that MaxPax doesn't scout. As again, with this kind of setup here, we have the early tech lab on the racks, we have early stim, early combat shields, and early marine production. And again, we are intentionally delaying the starport and delaying the medevacs. Scout comes in, picks off some marines, not bad. Now Clem is aware of the tech. Up until now, he didn't scout. Like, there was no scouting out of Clem. So now forced to make more cyclones. Now, I do favor Clem's position here, just because we spoke about this previously. Stargate openers do leave you vulnerable to all-ins, straight up, and that has to be our current game state. Charge is going to be a big factor. Charge is on the way. Gateway explosion as well. We'll see if MaxPax can survive. And we'll see if he can slow down the push as well. That's the ideal, right? Can he, force out an early stim or pick off the tank? Oh, speaking of, the tank's exposed. Okay, goes to the mineral line, gets an SCV. There's a Cyclone. Cyclone's in position, breaks the lock on. But again, those are going to be the key units. The tanks, the eventual medevacs, the Cyclone as well. MaxPax looking for a way in. It's going to be zoned away. Clem is keeping up. So we're getting up to 5 Phoenixes. No starports, so we should be pulling the boys with this. I would imagine we should pull the boys as Clem moves out. Bearing in mind that MaxPax, he's aware of the all-in. He saw it earlier. And here come the boys. The boys are being pulled as all or nothing for Clem. Again, these Phoenixes are going to be very limited in what they can bring to the table. A lot of it comes down to the charge lots. But how many are there? Oh, only 8. Not enough. We need more zealots. The shield batteries, they will help. Tanks are sieging. The zealots are coming from behind, trying to get us around, trying to catch reinforcements. And tank boys going up. The zealots, they just melt. And the Phoenixes, they don't do much. Yeah, they don't do much. They go down immediately. Boys are being pulled. And with that, Clem, he should break through every single zealot, every single probe. The tank is still alive. Massive shots going off here on the Adepts. And the base is broken. The base is broken. MaxPax, he pulls back, and sure, he doesn't need the third, but he fought to save it. So he lost 14 probes, he lost his army, he lost every single Phoenix. And Clem, he should have done enough here. He has double the army supplies pushing in towards that natural. There are force fields. There's a sentry, there are force fields. Do you see Clem? Oh, reinforcing. Cell Sage, they dive in, they get the Cyclone, they get a tank. Not bad. Takes down a tank. MaxPax, he's holding on. Oh. Does hold. Again, you can see what a wave of zealots can do. Warping in more zealots. Clem, get the hell out of here. He needs some kind of buffer for his army. That's what the SCVs would have been for. And MaxPax, Getting another tank, not bad. Takes down another tank. Expensive losses here for Clem. This guy back. Now, we're in a really weird game state. Because MaxPax pulled the boys earlier, MaxPax, he's not actually ahead by too much. He's up by 6 probes. That's not enough of a lead. Technically, Clem can macro out of this, and he is. Like, Starport's on the way, going for add-on swaps. Like, Clem, he did enough damage where we can just chill. Ay, ay, ay. Oh no! Phoenix pulls away. MaxPax now re-expanding. And we need to take a moment here. Okay, so where exactly are we? Who do we favor? And does Clem take a third? Now, coming into this, Storm is on the way, right? Storm is going to be a big power spike for MaxPax. If he can survive until Storm, he's going to be fine against a 2-base all-in. I say 2-base all-in because technically, Clem, he can throw down 2 more Maxes, which he is. They're in such a position where there are no add-ons. Like, intentionally so. You cannot make an add-on with this. It looks like Clem is not expanding. Clem is not getting a third CC. This screams a follow-up 2-base all-in with 5 Raxes instead of 3. Yeah, so we're going for a 5 Rax all-in instead. As a transition. Job moves out. And this is dangerous. If MaxPax is too greedy, if he takes up too hard, if he probes too much, then he will be exposed to the follow-up. As Clem is being active with his drop. Does sneak in towards the main. With this, Clem can pull the boys once again. But now going for the Temple Archives. Does snipe here. Does snipe the Archives. Oh, I spoke too soon. Going for the Phoenixes. Does get both. Yeah, the Archives and the Phoenix. That means no more High Templar. There's 5 though. There's still 5 High Templar. Storm is already done. And all we need is half decent Storms. Like, they don't have to be amazing. But if some Storms connect, I mean, that can be game. That should be game. Here come the Storms. For now, Graves is the army. Nothing major yet. Remember, he has 5 High Templar. He's got 4 Storms left. Also cast some reinforcements. Remember, Clem is all in. And there's a Storm on the high ground. Ooh, Storm goes up. Better connection. Better connection. There's no more Storms on the left-hand side. Okay, Sims in, takes down the High Templar. This third base is vulnerable, it's exposed. And here come the Storms. Yeah, here come the Storms. Lifts up the first tank. Will take some mines to the face, though. Oh, yeah, brutal Storm. MaxPax. Oh, he's barely holding on. Cleans up the minefield. And he's down to... He's still got 5 High Templar. Has preserved them. Drop into the main base. MaxPax in position. Takes out a full medevac. Full medevac goes down. Gets 1, gets 2. He's holding. He's holding on. Clemmy bled out so much here. Storm is brutal. And Clemmy's down to what? He's down to this. Down to a line of reinforcements. Clemmy's running out of steam. He's running out of army. Does bait out a couple of Storms. Drop back into the main. Oh, this Run is brutal. It is brutal. Gets into the mineral line, and MaxPax, he has done it. At this point, he's done it. He survived. Just has to bring it all together. And again, I would say the initial push, the initial all-in was successful with Clem. But then he got caught out by his Zealot reinforcements. He committed a little bit too hard. He bled out 2 tanks while trying to retreat. If he saved everything, then different story, but he didn't. Let's go. The healing pad, true. Heals up for a moment. Drop in towards the third, but MaxPax in position. MaxPax is ready. Storm goes up. Takes down the medevac. And Clem has nothing left. He has nothing left. GG gets called. MaxPax will survive the all-ins. He will survive, he will defend, and he will take a 2-1 lead. Whew. GG. GG, well played. And again, I'm not opposed to the initial all-in from Clem. I do think it was quite successful, but as we mentioned, he did overstay his welcome. He didn't just break the base, After that, he tried to keep pushing into the natural, and that's when he lost 2 tanks. He lost 2 tanks in the process. With that, everything swung in favor of MaxPax. We saw that Clem tried to follow it up with a second all-in with 5 Raxes, but he did bleed out a lot in the process, and we saw that MaxPax was so patient with Storm. He was just holding on to those Storms, and again, all he needed was to land like 1 or 2 of them, and he would defend. GG. GG, well played. With that, MaxPax does take a lead, and MaxPax, he is 1 game away from claiming the series. Let's go. Let us go. Una más, papi, una más. As where's our next game going to be? Oh. We're going to be loading into Tokamak. Okay. Now, Tokamak, of course, is going to be a larger map of the map pool, larger map, more defensive as well. I do favor MaxPax coming into this. We've seen Clem attempt to be aggressive with mixed success, but I do think it's going to be more difficult for Clem to be too assertive here on Tokamak. We'll see though. We'll see. As we are loading in. And we'll see how our players do adjust their openers. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Storm Gaming, leading the series 2-1, and 1 game away from claiming the series. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the French Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can force the ace match. It is Clem. We go. So yeah, setting it. Learning from Astrea, Storms against Clem. I mean, kind of. Like, bearing in mind that MaxPax also beat Clem with Colossus as well. Like, he's done both. He's done both. But specifically when you're up against an all-in like that, like, Storm is ideal, right? Just because you can hold on to it. And just because specifically against that kind of all-in, Clem has no chance of having ghosts because he's all in, right? There's no chance of him taking up into ghost tech. So you can get away with Storm and with High Templar there more than you otherwise would because your opponent's all in. Like, you're under no threat of EMPs. As opposed to a longer game, right? MaxPax into Stalkers were huge too. Game still uneven till then. I don't know if I would fully agree with that. Like, it was just a really rough follow up there from Clem after the first failed all-in. Here we go. We do have a double gas. Okay, double gas opener out of Clem, going for a faster factory. With this, we're going for, once again, another tech-heavy style. Reactor first, though. Okay, so from here, it looks like we might go Reactor Reaper Hellion. So Clem does mix it up. Now what's important here is that MaxPax, he saw the early reactor. He saw the really fast reactor, so there's a high chance that, of course, this is going to be Reactor Reaper Hellion. MaxPax piecing it all together. And we are going into the starport. No tech lab. And we're not really committing too hard into Reaper production. Okay. So only 2 Reapers. From here, we could have gone up to 4. We could have gone up to 5. We could have been seeing like 5 Reaper, triple Hellion. But no, Clemmy cuts Hellion and Reaper production early. So only 1. Now making 2. 2 Hellions, but no more Reapers. So far, trying to keep up with the Adept. Waiting to see what happens after the initial Hellion harassment. And behind this, Twilight Council. Twilight Council opener out of MaxPax, working towards Blink. Let's work towards Blink. Drop is on the way. With this, what's interesting here is that instead of the typical Reactor Reaper Hellion here, we're going for what looks to be Marine Drop. Yeah, Marine Drop alongside the Reaper Hellion as well. So there's going to be a little bit more to this than normal. Waiting for 2 more Marines. There we go. Marines do join in, and everything rallies across the map. Now, back at home, the initial opener was seen, so we already have SimCity here against the Hellion. So we already have the shield battery, we have the gateway, and we can wall up. Meanwhile, how many gateways do we have? So far, it's going to be 3 gate blink. Drop into the main. And ideally, Clem wants to create an opening to dive into the natural. Wants to create that opening. There we go. Does dive in. He's going for the mineral line. Workers are lining up 3 Hellies. They one-shot probes, but the Hellions are going to be pounced upon. Yeah, they're going to go down. Marines into the main base. Nice target firing. And Clem, he's popping off. He takes down 7 probes. 7 workers go down. Hellions are shut down, but so far, good damage. Did I say 7? Getting it to 8, getting it to 9. And 9 probe kills. It is a one-way trip. Like, the entire army is going to be cleaned up. Oh, did I say 9? 13! Oh my god! Ooh, 14! 14 probe kills, and this was worth it again. MaxPax, he was ready for the Hellions. He was not ready for the Marine Drop. The Marine Drop did catch him off guard. Again, it was a more quirkier follow-up here that MaxPax did not confirm. And with that, that is critical damage. That's already critical damage. Clem, he does start things off with the lead. So a nice lead here for Clem, and Clem is not stopping. And behind this, getting into his tank production, getting into Banshee. Okay, Banshee follow-up. Now, because Clem has such a lead, I'm not opposed to turning this into a 2-base all-in to just kill MaxPax, to stop him before he recovers. That would make sense in my mind. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on his setup. We'll see if he does throw down extra Raxes or a 3rd CC. As we have the initial eBay for +1. Banshee does skirt around the edge. Oh, as a Banshee is going to get caught. Nice done by MaxPax. There's no cloak. Ooh, nice blink. As MaxPax, he will punish. He will shut down the Banshee. We'll zone it away. Behind this, going from charge into storm. This time, not Colossus. Going to a storm follow-up. I would say this is a little bit risky here from MaxPax, but he does have to take a chance. We mentioned earlier how if you're up against an all-in, then storm is a little bit better, just because there's no threat of EMP. And of course, a couple of storms can go a long way. And we just mentioned that because Clem is ahead, there's a high chance he's going to 2-base all-in, and this is a good read out of MaxPax, because do you see what I see? 2 Raxes behind the natural mineral line, and we're most likely not going for add-ons. This is the beginning of a 2-base all-in, or I mean, it's already begun. This is the tail end of a 2-base all-in. Yeah, no add-ons. 0 add-ons, 5 racks 2-base all-in out of Clem. He has the option to pull the boys, and because Clem has a lead, this makes sense to just end the game. Now, MaxPax, he will have storm in time. It's going to be a very clutch defense. It's going to be very close. A lot of it is hinging on those storms. So we'll see if MaxPax can survive. Geez, that's going to be 5 tanks. So it's going to be a 2-base, 5 tank all in here with 5 Raxes, of course, as well. Here we go. Here comes the Unsiege. And we'll see if we pull the boys with this as well. I don't know if there's need to. And again, it's on MaxPax to slow this down. Does pick up a couple of Marines. The boys are being pulled, so it's all or nothing for Clem. I mean, again, like he did scream 2-base all in earlier. And MaxPax, he's aware. But because all the early game losses here, MaxPax's army is lackluster. He doesn't really have much to work with. He's down 50 army supply. More than 50, actually. 60 army supply. That's just how far behind MaxPax is. Storm comes in. We get a decent storm. Storms are decent, but we need more than that. And there's no army. The boys, hello. The boys should be with the main army, but they're mining. Let's go. They're mining at the natural. They're stealing minerals, baby. They're stealing everything. Get out of here. As yeah, the base is broken, and Clem, MaxPax, he should not be able to defend. He should not have enough here. Again, Clem just got so much damage early on, and that was critical damage. Despite the storms, and these are good storms. Oh my god. The storms are crazy. Alas, it's still not enough, Pappy. Still not enough. The base has been broken. The natural as well. Tanks are pushing in. We have another wave of reinforcements on the way. And we are looking to force the ace match. We get into game 5. As we can see, MaxPax, he's building up some Zealots to work with. He has one Eye Templar, no Storm. Army is vulnerable. The bunkers do finish. Oh god, the tank shots are insane. Yeah, brutal tank shots, and this is the final stand here for MaxPax. He has nothing left. GG gets called, and Clem, he will tie the series 2-2. We are going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. Again, Clem, he did critical damage at the start. That was 14 probe kills, 14 workers, basically a full mineral line. That was almost game then and there. And again, it made the most sense. Clem, after he dealt critical damage with the initial marine drop and Hellion harass, 2-base all in. Just went for the 2-base all in. I will say that based on MaxPax's build of choice, he was aware that it was going to be a 2-base all in, so it was a really good read out of MaxPax. The problem is that even though he knew what was happening, because he had lost 14 probes, it didn't matter. Like, there's a reason why the 2-base all in was so successful there, because there just wasn't, we didn't have the economy to sustain reinforcements and an army and production. There was just nothing there for MaxPax. GG. GG, well played. Again, at this level of play, you cannot lose 14 probes. Like 14 probes, whether it's 14 probes or 14 SCVs, you cannot lose that many workers that early on. Otherwise, it should be game. GG. GG, well played. Now we're getting into the ace match, and we'll see if our play, or we'll see where this goes. Again, we've made it all the way to the game 5, to the final game of the series. One way or another, we're about to crown our champion. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Psystorm Gaming being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the French Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Here we go. As we found ourselves here on Pylon. Pylon is known for all-ins, by the way. It's known for all-ins, known for aggression, known for pulling the boys. And we'll see how MaxPax will approach this. Now, I would not be surprised. Something that we have seen a little more commonly here on Pylon is to open up 2-base and to go for 3-gate blink into a robo, into a temple archives, into storm on 2 bases as well, just to be hyper safe. We'll see if MaxPax will go for that. Double gas opener out of Clem. Now, last game this led into Reaper Hellion into marine drop, which did catch MaxPax completely off guard. Again, I don't blame him. MaxPax, basically, he was ready for Reaper Hellion. He was not ready for Reaper Hellion and marine drop. Like, that marine drop did catch him with his pants down, and that won Clem the game. Like, straight up. It just won him the game. So MaxPax is going to be that much more attentive to what's going on. This time, Reaper first, not Reactor. And we don't expect to see the same build. No, sure. We don't expect the same build out of Clem. We expect him to deviate. So it's going to be Reaper into Reactor. Now, technically, from here, we can go Reactor, Reaper, Hellion again. True. Like, we could just go for it. And we can turn this into, like, a Hellion drop. We can turn this into a more committed Reaper Hellion. Otherwise, this could be Marine. It could be Reactor Marine into a faster Tech Lab, preserving that gas, spending on a Tech Lab and spending on a Starport. Oh, we have Hellions, which means we should be seeing Reaper here. Across the map, Reaper does try to poke in. And again, because it's the Hellion, yep, Reaper. So Reactor, Reaper, Hellion, 2 games in a row. Now remember, last game this also was coinciding with Marine drop, but we shouldn't see that here. MaxPax, he saw the reactor. Yeah, he saw the reactor. He's walling up. He's walling up the natural. Starport's on the way. We have gotten up to 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions going into Reactor Marine production into Widowmine drop. Okay, so it's going to be a Widowmine drop alongside the Reaper Hellion. So Clem, he does mix it up. This is a similar opener, but not the same as last game. Reaper Hellion breaks in. No shield battery. There should be one here, but no shield battery at the natural. One NF goes down. He gets 1. Can he get 2? And he does. Yeah, it does barely. Likewise gets into the mineral line. Probes are going down. This is getting out of hand. This should not have happened. Getting up to 4, getting up to 5 probe kills. Getting up to 6, getting up to 7. Can we get 8? Can we get 8 workers? It's close. Ooh, barely not. But that's still a brutal amount of damage. That's going to be 7 probe kills and 2 adepts for 2 Hellions and 3 Reapers. Again, that is worth it for Clem. So Clem, he has a stronger start. And he's not done because here comes the mine drop. Mine drop is on the way. Now, has Clem done enough damage where he believes he can end the game with a 2-base all-in? Remember, last game he did. Last game he killed 14 probes, so a 2-base all-in made sense to end the game. Here, he's done good damage. We'll see if he responds with more Raxes. I mean, we should be seeing at least a 3-1-1 setup, true? Cloak Banshee on the way. Mindro comes in. MaxPax. Oh! As Widowmine does whittle forward. Likewise, dropping to the main. MaxPax does pull away. Does pull away. Kills 1 probe at the natural. And he shouldn't get much done in the main. They're going to be cleaned up. Ooh. As the Medevac tries to escape, Bowls move. There is a Stalker on the low ground. And this Medevac should not escape. Nice cleanup. Nice pickup. So a stronger mine defense here for MaxPax. Behind this, he's on 3 gateways. There's 2 bunkers on the low ground, but one of them is not done. Nice punish. Nice punish here from MaxPax. Denies the bunker. Oh. Clem's in trouble. Clem, he is vulnerable. More Stalkers going to be warping in. MaxPax, he commits on 2 bases. Again, without a bunker, without tanks either. He's just bullying Clem. Yeah, he does bully. Marines are falling. Clem, he needs that tank. But he's lost so much already. Leading out 2 SCVs. 2 more SCV kills. Takes down the bunker. Can go for another. Shaving off Marines. Likewise, MaxPax now expands. Okay, he's backing up. He's backing up. Now, a couple of things here. This is a late expansion. Ooh, 7 probes. Oh my god, the Banshee. 7, 8 probes going down. The Banshee is popping off. And this should not have happened. Back at home, Clem, he will defend. He will lose a tank, though. Does lose a tank. That's going to be 11 probe kills. Ay. Clem does take an economic lead, and that should not be happening. Not in the TVP. Oh, that was 11 probes, and the Banshee survives. Banshee does survive. Again, things are looking dire there for Clem. Clem, he was losing bunkers, losing tanks, losing SCVs, but he pops off with the Banshee, and now Clem takes the lead. Clem, he takes the lead. He's ahead in economy. Securing himself on 2 bases. MaxPax desperately needs that 3rd. Again, it's a late 3rd as well. That's what's brutal here is, remember, MaxPax, he intentionally delayed his 3rd base to be aggressive like the way he was, and it was not worth it. Not worth it for MaxPax. MaxPax does fall behind. And MaxPax is vulnerable right now. He's in a really rough position. Ay. Observer poking in. MaxPax, he has to see if there's going to be an all-in. He needs to confirm. Observer pokes in, gets eyes on the tank production. We have... Ooh, we're getting up to 5 tanks. We're getting up to 5 tanks. That is brutal. And yep, there it is. 2 more maxes. Oh. Actually, never mind. He cancels third CC. Clem, he thought about it. You can see that he thought about it. He does cancel the Raxes. He does not throw them down. Third CC, he's not going all in. He thought about it, though. But yes, he decides to expand instead. Does scan, does see the third. Now, I'll be honest. If he threw down 2 Raxes, I would have been behind it. I do think that would have been successful. But Clem is being secure. He's going to play out a macro game. He doesn't want to risk it, not in the ace match. So he does not risk it. Whichever gets found. Oh. Likewise, drop into the main as Clem moves out. Being on some SCVs, not bad. SCVs are going down, and this is the beginning of the comeback. This is the beginning of MaxPax's comeback. I mean, again, look at the supply disparity. A big reason for this is because of all the economic damage and how late the economy has been for MaxPax. So he has to do everything he can to buy time. It's all about buying time. Stalkers into the natural. Picks off 2 Marines. 3 Marines. 3 Marines go down. Likewise, oh, going for the Widow Mines. Prism does recall. Clem, he commits. Behind this, do we have Storm? We do. Storm is done. There's 3 High Templar. 3 High Templar. Storm coming in. Oh my god. And Clem, he's getting caught out. Getting caught on siege. Massive storms going up. But the tanks, oh, they're going to be cleaned up as well. Yeah, MaxPax with a very strong fight here. Takes out every single tank. Clem caught with his pants down here completely. Yeah, he was not ready for MaxPax. And MaxPax, he does snowball here out of control. Diving on the main army, getting to the third. Gets us around. And MaxPax, he may have just done it. Again, just an incredible fight here from MaxPax. But he wasn't looking, Pat. He wasn't looking. Takes out 15 SCVs. And it was only moments ago when MaxPax was behind. Now takes a lead. Now takes a massive lead. Now he's getting a 4th base, up in economy, up in workers, up in army. Yeah, one small misstep, one small mistake, that can cost you the game. That can cost you the game here. As Clem has lost all of his momentum. He lost everything badly. Now just focusing on the medevacs. And there's nothing here. Yeah, there's nothing here. GG gets called, and MaxPax, he will take the win. He will claw his way back into this game 5 and take the series 3-2, becoming this week's PiGosaur Cup champion. GG. GG, well played. This was a strong start here out of Clem. He was looking solid. He was able to cripple the economy. He was able to get a faster 3rd base. He was able to, again, get ahead economically and the army size as well. But he got caught on siege. He got caught out in the open. He was not expecting to engage in the center of the map, and he got completely surrounded. Surrounded by zealots, by storms, by everything. GG. That also, of course, did coincide with the zealot drop into the main base, so that did cause a distraction. That did pull apart some of the attention. And GG. Impressive play there by MaxPax. Does claim the win and is our champion. After months of these two avoiding each other in these online tournaments, finally they meet up once again after months of being apart, and MaxPax takes the win. GG. GG, well played. Was still very close, was still very clutch, was still very intense between the two players. But in the end, MaxPax does take it. Congratulations. Does take it. 3rd CC feels bad, man. I mean, hey, he made that choice, and it was the last second decision as well. Remember, like those 2 Raxes, they were queued up. They were queued up for Clem. He did decide against it. And with that, GG, well played, congratulations, and I hope you all had a great time. I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Again, this is a weekly tournament. If you may be tuned in for the first time, this is a weekly tournament. Every single week we are live with the PiGosaur Cup again every Wednesday here in Australia, or Tuesday depending on where you are in the world. So Tuesday/Wednesday. And we'll be back next week. Be back next week with this tournament. Otherwise, we're going to be back tomorrow with some more StarCraft action as we can switch our scenes over and catch up on our schedule. Here we go. Okay, as you can see here, Wednesday we just wrapped up with the PiGosaur Cup. Tomorrow we're going to be live with GSL. We have the GSL semifinals and grand finals. That's going to be tomorrow morning in less than 24 hours. Likewise, in over 24 hours, we're going to be live with the Podcast. We have the Podcast on Thursday. We have Kung Fu Cup on Friday. We have the Esports World Cup over the weekend. And we, of course, have the Brazilian StarCraft 2 Circuit and Sparkling Tuna Cup as well. There is one more event that has to be added here, but on Thursday we have OSC. OSC King of the Hill is also going to be on Thursday. That is going to be on Thursday after the podcast. And likewise, there is also going to be the Thermal 2v2 tournament. That's going to be on Friday evening after Kung Fu Cup. We're going to be adminning. We're going to be adminning that tournament. So there is still some more to go. Oh, just checking our calendar. Yeah, so we're going to be admitting Thermal tournaments. That is going to be also Friday night/Saturday morning. So we do still have some other events to add there, but regardless, hope you'll enjoy it. Hope you'll enjoy the broadcast. Hope you enjoy the tournament. Again, we're going to be back in 24 hours with GSL. We do have some of these afternoons off, as you can see, which is unusual, which is abnormal. But that is because that is when RSL is taking place. The Revival StarCraft League group stages this week. We had Group A last night, and tonight is going to be Group B. Thursday is going to be Group C, and Friday is going to be Group D. So 4 days of group stage. We are not casting that, but we don't want to go over it either. We don't want to like clash or take viewers away from RSL. So RSL, they will have the week to themselves, and we are happy to just watch from afar. But again, do tune in, do enjoy the Revival StarCraft League that is going to be taking place this week. At least the group stage. The playoffs will be at a later time. I believe like next week or in like 2 weeks. But here we go. With that, GG well played. With that, hope you'll enjoy yourselves. Hope you'll had a great time. I hope you have a great rest of your week as well, as there is just so much StarCraft going on. Some of it is not on this channel, like RSL, but regardless, a lot of StarCraft is ongoing, and I do definitely recommend supporting the Revival StarCraft League, supporting RSL. If you want to support us, !socials, !socials in the chat. You'll get a link to our social medias. We have Twitter, we have Facebook, we have Instagram, we have a YouTube channel. We do stream live on Twitch and on YouTube at the same time, and we also upload on YouTube on a daily basis. So we have plenty of content over on YouTube that we do upload, so there's plenty there. That's what I'm going to do right now, is I'm going to go and edit and schedule the RSL VODs, the RSL qualifier VODs. So that's going to be scheduled up next. And then I have to start working on DreamHack Dallas and Esports World Cup. The qualifiers, I mean. So there's still a lot of VODs to edit and to work through, so I'm going to be working on that tonight. That's going to be my goal for the rest of the evening. Otherwise, hope you'll enjoyed. Hope you'll had a great time. Hope you enjoyed yourselves, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for some GSL action. See you then. Until then, thanks for watching. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We'll find someone to send everyone over to, give them some love, give them some support. See you then. Ciao. Bye. Ciao. See you tomorrow.